Good job, King.
Well, well, well. If it isn't chat room. Einstein, hey, thanks for the tier 1, 38 months. Been here long enough to see the ogres get a refresh. Dude, it's been 20 years. It's been 86 years, or however long that chick from the Titanic was talking about. SD Arcade brings up a good I don't normally take requests, but we haven't done Alter Kill Bateman in a while. So true and so real. Jamie, bring that up. Holy shit. Damn, Feels Goodman. Patrick Feels Goodman. How you guys doing this fine evening? It's a Friday. Oh shit, I was gonna do the... I just said it now, and it didn't... Hold on, I gotta fix my mic here. Alright, I just said it now, and it didn't register until I said it out loud. It's Friday once again. It's a warm 155 degrees. I was gonna do the Lynch thing in the morning. Anyway, Ethanol Muffins, hey, thanks for the big primer for 2 months. Appreciate it. Completely forgot about the Prime subs and haven't used this in all the time you've been subbed to it. Oh, shit. Hey, Primes are just as good. Please enjoy the Bezos bucks for free. Yeah, low temp, eh? Well, I am in Wisconsin. So, Wisconsin mentioned? Huh? Adult only stream activated. Time for big chat, says Phoenix in YouTube. Big. By Jungle Camper, they're in the morning time. Me, I'm in the evening. But hey, all right. We got some content this evening. I'm dipping my toe in. I'm not going to promise anything. I'm just saying, if I've been forcefully awoken from my hibernation in the Everwinter, I might as well check out all these new Aqshy rules and the GHB, the GHB. Oh yeah, update. Only 9 more months until Adepticon. Highlight of the year. For some. Get your hotels locked in. I know I did. We posted about it. So hopefully everyone remembered. I got a lot of rules to go through here. I wonder if I might just get on with it. Normally we yap for between 45 minutes and an hour and 45 minutes. That's the spread. That's the spread. As you heard, watched Filthy Frank on the road trip home. Big nostalgia. Oh yeah, it was something special. Man, that guy has some talent. I'll tell you what, that shit was cash. And in his era, even though he was called Filthy Frank, right? It was actually kind of tame. I'm gonna be honest. People probably look back at that now, you know? People born after the towers fell, and they're like, wow, Filthy Frank. He really likes slurs. Man, that everyone was racist back then. Filthy Frank was on the low end of not that edgy, especially for 5-10 years before he came out. I think you'll like the Aqshy rules, says Destruct Panda. Because you, and then the sentence ends, and then new sentence, it's very killy. He reconsidered how to end that one. That's fine with me. The inventor of the Harlem Shake. Is that true? Might as well be. GW set the new season in Aqshy to immerse us in the summer. Yeah, I guess so. Panda says rules good? Oh, fuck. Hope you're doing all you can to stay cool out there. Live fact checked by SJ. A volcano might be preferable to this heat, though. Hey. Just turn on your AC. And the only downside is, kind of flattens your audio a little bit with the noise gate if you're live streaming. That's the downside. Aside from that, I don't see one. I guess there is somewhat of an electricity bill, but brokey. What's up across the pond? Which rules? Ogres were underwhelming, I thought. You gave it away, Kahi. You gave away the whole game. I didn't even look at them yet. You're going to spoil the most obvious twist ending ever. I didn't look at them yet, but I just assumed they weren't that great. So nothing is really spoiled. Nash Tooth went up 80 points and got a nerf. Oofta. You just sent pics of your caseworker's address to his mailbox with my overdue bill dates and my lights stay on. Oh, fancy that. If the Thunder Tusk isn't underwhelming, someone should check on the GW Rules Riders. Yeah, that's true. It is. It has been their guiding principle. They're like, they found an amulet at the bottom of a stream and they wiped it off, and a demon appeared lounging casually against the bank next to them, and he's like, I will follow you forever, but I'm toying with you because I'm bored and I have infinite life. So if Thunder Tusks are ever good again, I will kill you. And the Games Workshop Rules Writer is like, oh, oof, man, I was concerned. That's what I was going to do anyway. Anyway, their third kid's on the way. Just a happy couple. Dirty Snowballs sent generational poverty into a BCR, yeah. Some insane internet lore you found. Your best friend was in the Thug Shaker Central Discord and leaked government documents. Hey, it's not War Thunder this time. That one just keeps happening. Weird. Yeah, some Shinigami. HeyWoah need a gif of Arthas walking up with a HeyWoah hat on. Yeah, now that ogres are back on the menu. We'll see. Power level wise, they might not be, but the models look good. My prediction, and this is not to be taken with any amount of seriousness because we have not seen the points and we have not seen the whole book. I'm judging purely based on screen caps of stuff we have seen from promotional material and what they have posted on their website so far, right? And just due to the nature of going from squads of 4 Iron Guts down to 3 and squads of 6 Ogre Gluttons down to 5 and Red's Maw Pot War Scroll. Just based on all that stuff swirling the drain, you know? I think ogres are going to be weaker than they were before. But, you know, it's not all about power. Maybe the book is interesting and fun if underpowered. That would be fine. Well, it wouldn't be fine, but if it's a point issue, you can fix that pretty easily. They like to fix those. Truth or Hat, GW distributed Run and Charge crack to the ogre community. Yeah, they did that with the index. 140 point butchers with, what is it, Holy 12 aura of Run and Charge. Always on, no rolling, no resources. It just works. Does not work on Beast Claw models, though. So, I don't think we're keeping that, because it's on Red's War Scroll and it costs a command point to do. Now, you can do other stuff. It's not just that. So maybe we're getting some variety. Like the power is going down, but our options open up. That's a fair trade a lot of times. Unless the options are awful, right? We'll see where the winds take us. Is it worth it to go Thur Ogres? You think the new army book is like a page 1 rewrite? Daniel Jackson, I have to apologize. I don't know what either of your sentences mean. I can infer the second one. Page 1 rewrite either means ground up rewrite or it means just the battle traits page is different and everything else is the same. I'm going to need you to clarify. And as far as Thur Ogres, I don't know what that means. It's probably a typo. I will answer it. Just resend it. Do you think maybe GW would be better off prioritizing early releases for Destro if they could stomach it? Basic, fundamentally good, fun, simple rules for like Iron Jaws while they get a handle on what the CRB means in practice. I think that's what the indexes are ostensibly for. I feel like the whole concept of the indexes are, here's basically what the rules are so that you can actually play, and then we'll give you better battle tomes later when we're done making them. Now, there are several problems with that that are all obvious to everyone here. And so I don't need to go back to that well, probably. But the keynotes are, it doesn't work if the battle tomes are worse than the index. And the index was already kind of fast food, right? But, consider this. If the battle tomes are like twice as fun and interesting and have twice the rules and options and choices, let's pretend they do the indexes perfect, right? And then the battle tomes are amazing. Just consider that world, right? Then you're still in this weird problem where you got armies that have a book and armies that don't. And the armies with a book are good and the ones that don't are bad. And I know that's oversimplifying it, but it's rough. It's almost like trickling out a few books every 2 or 3 months is really bad for the people who actually play the game. But good for quarterly reports. And we know who always wins in the end on that one. HeyWoah, what do you think of the new bull charge rule? Better or worse than current impact hits? Aren't current impact hits a bad D3 with a bonus to it if you're in a particular subfaction in Boulderhead, if I IRC correctly? I don't like the new bull charge, and I don't like the current bull charge. How about that? How about that one? Is that an option, or am I being... Oh, no, negative streamer. Oh. God, he hates everything. Oh, God. We can't... He hates everything. He ordered a hot dog, and first we gave him chicken nuggets, and then we gave him an ice cream shake. And he's like, well, I wanted a hot dog, and that's what I ordered. This guy, you can't please him. Terrible customer. Do you know how hard it is to make an ice cream shake? You got to put it in a machine that does it for you. That's hard work. You know, if you did that at Starbucks, they'd swivel the thing around and ask for a 25% tip. After you rung yourself up and put your own card against that machine there, that iPad there. Current trampling charge is D3 plus 2. Plus 3 if choosing the subfaction. Oh yeah, there were 3 iterations of it. That's right. There was the first iteration where you could do 0, and that one was terrible. And then there was an upgrade where you can't roll 0 anymore, if I recall. And then now it's this one where it's just a D3 flat, I think. We haven't seen the whole book, right? But are you a weeb? I used to be when it was cool. And by cool, I mean really, really uncool. Okay, I mean the opposite of what I just said. In the 80s and 90s, you could potentially call me a weeb because I really liked Japanese animated movies and stuff like that. But then they became mainstream after a while. And to me, a lot of it lost its luster, and I don't know if I even like it anymore. And it's not because it became popular, but maybe that was like a part of a whole package. Hercules thinks Big Prime weebs out. There it is. Yeah, I mean, Akira came out, and in America anyway, and that shit was awesome. And then all through the 90s, it was a bunch of, like, you know, there was the Grindhouse side, which was like Ninja Scroll and the stuff that guy did, you know, Vampire Hunter D, things of that nature. And then there was like the kind of arguably golden era stuff, you know, like Evangelion and Cowboy Bebop and Outlaw Star and, you know, all that shit. Samurai Champloo was a good one too. Yeah, I like that one. Rest in peace, Ninja Bees. I'm not blaming Attack on Titan, but I watched one episode of Attack on Titan and I'm like, I don't think I care about anime anymore. I don't think I've watched one since. It's not Attack on Titan's fault. It was just like the time period, like that was it. And the second or third Full Metal Alchemist reboot or something like that. And I'm just like, I don't care anymore. Now you pretend not to like it because it's cool, like how you secretly loved Limp Bizkit. I like Limp Bizkit as insofar as he was a proto-lol cow. As far as music, you know? Like, not him himself, but it was like, this shit is terrible and it's funny that it's bad, you know? We didn't have really a word for it at the time, but... you know, there it is. On Life Reunion meme ad? We'll get to it maybe. We'll get to it maybe probably. You don't care about Star Wars anymore, but those Japanese made Visions anime was pretty neat. Yeah. Like I used to like Star Wars too, but the prequels came out and they were terrible and they were really fun to make fun of, you know? And then a decade afterwards, people were like, maybe the prequels weren't so bad. And it's like, you are dumb. But I guess the new ones are so bad that you gotta pretend the ones that everyone made fun of were better. That makes it better, I guess. I don't know. It's just like, you like something probably because it's good, and then it gets bad, and you don't like it anymore. Saying all anime is bad is ridiculous. I'm sure there's great anime out there. You know, what's it? Your Name. I saw that movie. And that's one of my favorite, that's probably top 3 favorite movie of all time of any genre, is Your Name. And that came out after, I think, my purported Attack on Titan red line, you know, so it's very possible. I'm also just not like actively seeking them out all the time, you know. Back in the day, I'm like, oh, Otomo did another thing. It's called Otomo's Memories, and Magnetic Rose is really good, and Stink Bomb is awful, but it has really good animation or whatever. Or here's the new Ken Watanabe joint, you know, or Kiki's Delivery Service, he did it again, you know, Spirited Away, wow, you know. Howl's Moving Castle, you know. The bisexuals need something, you know, and so give them Howl's Moving Castle. They'll love it. No hate. Freerun was recommended to me by none other than Vince Venturella. Speaking of hidden weebs, Vince is like, you got to watch Freerun. It's really good. And I'm like, word, okay. It's on the maybe pile. Vince isn't hidden. He's, you know, he's open and happy. Losing interest in a brand. It's because you were never really into the brand. You were into the media. You were into a particular work of art. Even if it was hella campy and borrowed from everything on purpose for fun, right? Sometimes you really like a thing, but the brand either is just a detraction or ruins it. Such is the way of things. I like some of the prequels' more acrobatic saber scenes. Obviously, original is way better, but compare those to sequels, prequels are better. Well, for the choreography, sure. You know, the original Star Wars choreography was, there's this one choreographer for sword fighting, and he did The Princess Bride. I believe he did Ridley Scott's The Duel. He did something else, and he did Star Wars. And I'm going to be a little maybe blasphemous. His choreography is horrible. Just terrible. We didn't have the technology yet, okay? But with the technology that we had available to us for the prequels, the choreography is awful. Needless spinning, nothing makes any sense. They're not even trying to attack each other. It's theater, you know? And to me, that's kind of fine when it's Jackie Chan, but I don't know. The saber fights were never really the thing that made Star Wars cool to me. Yoda flipping around like a Lego man, tossed through the air. I mean, it makes sense that I didn't like the prequels. They were not for me, you know? And George knew this well. And for all the shit we give him, he made some informed decisions. Like, the prequels are made for 10 and 12-year-old children. They were overtly made for them. Now, in the dialogue, there's a bunch of politics and shit like that, but it's made for children. And so, adult or young adult Star Wars fans watching the prequels would naturally not like it because it's got Jar Jar Binks in it and stuff, and it kind of... But he was fostering the next young generation of Star Wars fans, so that when they turned 25, they would be like, man, the prequels are so good because I saw it when I was a kid and had no taste, you know? Just like me when I saw Star Wars and I was a kid and had no taste. The circle of life. The reason the original Star Wars lightsaber fights are cool is because there was always more going on than just the fighting, and we had never seen that before. You know? Robed warlocks dueling with laser swords, you know? It was in the era where when you were watching something, you were still passing it through your imagination filter live, and then in your head it looked cooler than it really did. even movies expected you to do that still in that time period, that letting it pass through your imagination filter first. You know, old games with bad graphics did the same thing. You go back and look at whatever it's called, like Niflheim or something, when Sephiroth burns it down, and in your head it looked so cool, and then you look at a screenshot and you're like, this is an actual Lego man in front of an animated GIF, right? Because, you know, early media requires that you use your imagination. And that's a crutch for sure. But there's a certain point in which CG gets good enough that you could just lazily show whatever, and then there's nothing to fill in the gap. And so if it's bad, it's just bad. When they turn 25, they'd be like, well, I guess I have to finish watching the new trilogy. I'll buy a ticket to The Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, and, you know, GW does this too. That's part of GW's business strategy. How did GW get so huge and outlive everybody else? Because they understood this part of it and no one else did. Everyone else was concerning themselves with making good models and making a good game. And Games Workshop realized that what you do is you hook them early, and then they fuck off, and then they come back with the power of nostalgia, their wallets overflowing with nostalgia. And they will give you what you have been waiting for. That's why all of Games Workshop's advertisement copy is incredibly patronizing and uses language as if they were talking to a child, because they are. All their current customers are 35-year-olds with a wife and kids. But who they're trying to hit are those kids, so they can see a picture of a space marine, and then once that kid's in college and has some student loans, he can misuse them. And then once he's 35, he can misuse them again. We're going for generational stuff. And so that's where GW has really succeeded. Hey, well, I'm gonna be so for real. I hear you call stuff Grindhouse so much that I unintentionally call stuff Grindhouse from Vibes Only, but I have no clue what that means. Ahem. A Grindhouse film or genre, and I'm reading from Wikipedia here, is an American term for a theater that mainly shows low-budget horror, splatter, and exploitation films for adults. It is in reference to an actual theater on 42nd Street, Times Square. And it dates back to the 1920s. And so when I mentioned that Ninja Scroll is Grindhouse, I think you see what I mean. Now, I'm using it as if it were a genre, and that's not strictly speaking true. But, I don't know, I like language. Hmm. 14-year-old me thought Darth Maul was badass, as any 14-year-old would. Yeah. It's a good design. That's what he was going for, and he really succeeded. It's like you look at Overwatch, the original Overwatch, Reaper, right? Like, you could make fun of that design and be like, this is for edgy teens. But that's what they were trying to do. and they did it. You know, a lot of film criticism is figuring out what the director was going for and then seeing if they succeed and then musing about whether they succeeded or not. And you can put your own opinions in there and everything like that and whether or not you think they succeeded. But in this way, this is kind of how you can compare genres in a certain respect. What are you trying to do? Did you succeed? That's a big one. And it sort of transcends taste. Rom-com is not my favorite genre. It might shock you to realize. But if that's what they were going for and they did a really good job, then they did a really good job in what they're going for. You turn 13 and it's badass. You turn 16 and it's kind of stupid. Yeah, because you're embarrassed to admit that it's really cool around your friends. And then you turn 20 and realize, wait, that stuff's stupid and badass. It can be both. There are people today that probably think the sequels are better than the original because they saw the sequels in the movie theaters. I mean, maybe. There's a really powerful draw of it was your first one. The first thing you saw of it. Like, that's big, you know. People back in the day, when Final Fantasy used to be kind of respected, you know, instead of just, well, that's another topic, but people used to be like, oh, what's your favorite Final Fantasy, right? Ooh, was it 6 with Terra and they did the cool thing with the world, or was it 4, you know, with Cecil and, they did the Paladin Dark Knight thing. It invented a whole lot of the tropes that moved forward throughout Final Fantasy, yeah, right? Was it 5? And you could really pretend too, because no one played 5, so you could just make shit up, but actually it was pretty cool and had a job system, you know, that later influenced stuff like tactics. Was it 7 because everyone's was 7? Was it 8 because no one liked 8 except for your girlfriend who was obsessed with Inuyasha, right? That's the type for it. 8 is the 80s movie of the Final Fantasies. You know, was it 9? Well, okay. It's not June anymore, but let's just say 9 was made for a very specific demographic on purpose, and it captured them very well. Was it 10 because it was the first time we had voices and the story was really good and fucking Orin was cool, blah, 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 right? Everybody had their own, you know, opinions about it, but to cut through the noise a little bit, like 80% of the reason a particular Final Fantasy is somebody's favorite is it's because the first one they happen to play. And so too with, you know, series of movies and a whole bunch of other stuff. Speaking of, there she is. Pink Girl and Pink Coon. Yes. Yes. Eight kicks ass. Renzokuken is cool. True and real. Dude, Rough Divide? Hell yeah. You press the shoulder buttons to shoot the gun. Leveling up is actually bad because if you hit 100, you'll die to level 5 death. It wasn't even about leveling. It was about junctioning anyway. And it was written so poorly that the fan fiction alternative theory about what the story really means actually makes more sense than the real intended story. And that's special. That's special. All right. If you don't play it like a fucking speedrunner, it is hard though. Yeah, that's true. I guess I had been conditioned from Ultima and Wizardry and Final Fantasy 1 and shit to play RPGs in a certain way. And so I found it to be easy, but yeah, that is true. Only great games. Thanks to the Tier 1 57. Hey, well, how do you fight the feeling that your interests are too niche? You get sad so few people like TTRPGs besides D&D. I don't know why you would care. I say this after a long life of niche interests, okay? I am in my 40s, and I like what I like. And I have seen transcending history and the world, okay? The niche interests I liked that got popular almost all got really bad. And the niche interests that stayed unpopular and often just died. It's very sad that a lot of them died, but they generally stayed good. This isn't a rule, but sometimes it's better to be a great piece of media. Just excellent. Build a statue of it somewhere. And then die like a hero. Rather than become a bloated slop carcass that a million 14-year-olds are screaming 6-7 at. And pointing and making baboon noises when it gets into Fortnite. You know? You mentioned it. Gatekeeping got a bad rap because of chuds or something like that. Gatekeeping is good. Gatekeeping is good. There's no downside to it. You got to keep the wrong people out. You know who hates gatekeeping? People I don't want in my thing. Yeah, exactly. Also, most of the people that were complaining the most about gatekeeping also would gatekeep Nazis out of their game. Proudly. And they should. Fuck them. But that's gatekeeping too. You know, it's a system. It's like a gun, right? A hero can have a gun. It can be used in a good way or a bad. It's just a tool. Only people that don't like gatekeeping are tourists. Well, not even tourists. People outside of it. People that aren't even trying to get into it don't like gatekeeping for some reason. You know what you do as a tourist? Everyone starts out as a tourist. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying keep your head down a little bit. And survey the lay of the land. How do I fit in here? Barging into some fandom. Everything has to change to be what I like. Kick rocks, maybe. It's selfish is what it is. Even though the prequels weren't good, they were miles more entertaining than the sequels. Well, that's true, yeah. I appreciate the nuance there. I wouldn't have called it nuance in 2010 or 2000 or 1990, but it is nuanced and super intelligent nowadays. The difference between good and entertaining, of quality and enjoyment, these are different. Do you know the worst insult from one director to another among movies? There's some famous like directors shitting on each other throughout history that are actually a pretty funny read. The worst insult you can give is that their movie was boring. That's worse than bad. We should gatekeep gatekeeping. True. They should nerf this character as toxic. 5 hours played. Yeah. Hey, all right. Hey, well, you sat your friends down to watch your Rift's introduction video, and now they're begging you to get the world books. It begins. Rifts requires a stronger GM than Dungeons & Dragons. To its credit, I shit on Dungeons & Dragons a lot nowadays because it's so bad. But what they have been trying to do is make it as easy to pick up and play as humanly possible. And it's good at that. You don't even have to be like a particularly great GM. They got all the tables and everything. They got CR, challenge rating and stuff, and modules and adventures in a book that you just kind of read to other people. They tried to make it as approachable as possible, which is good in a way, right? Rifts gives you like a million campaign or adventure hook ideas, but then it's just like, all right, so anyway, make an adventure out of it. Hey, balance this. Which means that if you have like a weak GM or a new GM, Rifts is maybe the worst TTRPG you could play that anyone's ever heard of. I'm not talking about Fatal or anything like that, but yeah. Rifts games can be horrible, and probably the majority are, but I think it can be the best if you have a really good GM. Speaking of gatekeeping and having played 5 hours in a game and then saying something needs to get nerfed or not, the chutzpah of that, the self-centeredness, the solipsism. Have you noticed when I'm talking about army rules a lot, and I'll talk about an army that I don't play, I almost always try to make sure to mention, I think this is dumb, I don't like this, I think it should work in a different way. And then there's a pause, and then I say, but I don't play the army, so they're not marketing it to me. Right. That's not just like a throwaway line. I believe that's how people ought to act. And this is in a game that at the time, I was kind of an expert at everything, like all the armies and everything, and all the rules and everything. And yet still, it did bear mentioning, hey, this army isn't for me, so you can tell me to fuck off, and you are right to do it. About my purported changes to it, right? It goes even more into, you know, other games and other stuff, everything. Didn't Joel Schumacher say to another director, Woody Allen, after his Batman, "Oh my God, I made the worst movie ever," to which the other director replied, "Sorry, you didn't even achieve that." Yeah. My favorite, there was some, I don't know what this is from. Possibly a show, but it was good, where they're like, "You are such a loser. You are such a fucking loser that if you entered a loser competition, you would get second." And they're like, second? If I'm the biggest loser, wouldn't I get first? No, because you're a loser. Eat shit. It's great. You even lose at that. How many of these are there? I guess there's one for every army. We have 25 to go over. That's going to take a while. Maybe we should getting on with it. I'm probably not dragging people in to explain if the Aqshy scrolls are good or not. Just because it's not like dragging someone in and having them give me a big rundown and I give them a little questionnaire and stuff. It's just like, type in chat, this thing's cool, you know. That kind of thing, probably. I think that's probably better. Just because there's a lot to get through in one show. I mean, I'll say if they seem good, but that would be from an outsider's perspective. I don't play any of these armies, and I haven't even played my army in a year. So I'm old news on that too. You're thinking about Magic lately, and if you'd asked me like a decade ago if I cared about things like lore or vibes, I would have said, I really only care about the game pieces, but your tune changed with the universe beyond. You actually do appreciate the generic fantasy theming, and all these random mishmash IPs put you off. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's because you didn't realize that you were talking to the monkey's paw. You thought you were, when someone asked you, hey, do you like the lore and characters and story beats of Magic the Gathering? You would have probably honestly answered, yeah, not really. I could take them or leave them, right? And you were well within your right to do that. And famously, the books and short stories and lore and characters of Magic has not been a strong IP, right? It's no Lord of the Rings, right? But that doesn't mean that you could make up a scenario like a reductio ad absurdum, you know? Where it's like, okay, what if I have a... Okay, so here, one time I said, a long time ago, the Magic the Gathering rules are so good, you could remove all the art from every card, and even some of the templating as it pertains to templating being an art, right? And the game mechanics would be strong enough that it would still be fun. And I didn't, like, literally mean that. I was just sort of explaining how strong its rule system was. But it's like, oh, okay, so you could replace all of it with Fortnite slop as fast as humanly possible. And now the majority of creatures printed are legendary. And it's actually rare to get non-legendary creatures that are good and all this other stuff. Like, well, let's not go crazy. Yeah, blocks and planes were enough. It didn't need to be Lord of the Rings. But it also really shouldn't have become Cowabunga Pizza Time. The New York block, you know? It's good, Mr. Woe. A lot of stuff is good. My Hank Hill Precon. Oh, I guess, yeah, speaking of Warhammer, that would have been a good choice, because Warhammer 40,000 really does have a strong enough setting, lore, and narrative to carry it. Like, if you took out all the lore, setting, characters, narrative, and stuff, and art of Warhammer 40k, it would probably be the most unnoteworthy game rule system you've never heard of, right? Like, the game part of it is just patently bad. It's propped up by all that other stuff. And it works for them. And there's no shame in being okay with that either, right? This isn't a dig at them. There are games I play with weak game mechanics, but everything else makes it worth it. That's fine. The selling out to different brands is what keeps you away from Magic these days. Can't wrap your head around Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Transformers being an MTG, and you likely never will. Yeah. Yeah. I used to be really against proxies. And I had really good reasons. I think I had the upper hand in a debate about proxies, even. And yet now I don't really care. Because if the company doesn't care, why the fuck should I? It's over. At some point, somebody has to care. Everyone in the world, like, money doesn't actually mean anything. It's everybody agrees that it means something, and that's why it means something and is worth something, right? What is it? Legal tender, the full faith and power of the United States behind it, or whatever the sentence is, right? I look at a piece of money from... I was going to name a specific country, but I don't want to insult anyone here. But if you look at some countries' money, it means a little less than other companies' money, maybe, right? So it's belief. Yeah, full faith and credit of the United States. And so if they started printing $10 bills that were worth $1 with Doritos on them and fucking Attack on Titan advertisement that plays like a little hologram, I don't care anymore. You can counterfeit it now. Yeah, it was two things. It was Magic 30 and it was the slop. And that 1-2, you know, that combo, the left hook and the right, I'm like, yeah, I guess I no longer care because you don't. At all. And it sucks for people who purchase cards. Every person who buys a real card, when you proxy, you are telling that person they are retarded. They're a sucker for spending even 1 cent on any Magic card ever. That's what your actions tell them. And that's kind of insulting, I think. But that's what the company is telling them. So, fuck it, dude. Printer go burr. What happened with Magic 30? They made official proxies. And then charged like $1,000 for 6 of them. And reprinted all the Power 9 and stuff, but off-center and zoomed in and weird. And the quality was just low on all of them. And they're not for tournament play. They're not real. Like, you can't use them. They made garbage. They just popped a squat. And a stream. A fire hose of shit. Everywhere. Tell us, Mark Rosewatt. Tell us how it made money. Isn't it better that more people play the game? Somebody asked him that, Mark Rosewater. They're like, they expressed displeasure with the fire hose of slop and crossovers and sellout shit. And Mark was like, well, actually, Mark's voice is so hot, I can't even do it. Mark Rosewater's normal, calm speaking voice is higher pitched than Plibbit's fake VTuber voice. I'm sorry, real. I'm sorry, it's real. It's real. Don't look behind the curtain. Also, your favorite VTuber, her voice is real too, okay? Your favorite one? None of them are doing a voice, I swear. And every once in a while, when they do their normal voice, it's like hotter, and so why do you even fucking bother? See, this is weebs, man. I've changed my opinion on weebs. But anyway, he was like, well, you know, it's just like, more people play Magic now. Isn't that good? Isn't it good that more people can enjoy Magic now? And you might not like Donatello the Blue as a red card or as a white card or something, and you might not agree that the Twin Towers with 2 planes made out of pizza are smashing into it, and there's a little Bad Bunny promotion where he's jumping off the 75th floor of the tower and says, "Cowabunga pizza time." You might not like that, but, you know, a lot of people like Transformers, and I don't think anything can be bad if more people play the game. Isn't that good? And that was his argument. And it was a good try. If I was forced in a debate to take the side of them on it, that's probably the line I would play. But it is a terrible argument that's like not good. It's obviously wrong. No, it's having more people play the game. I understand why the company would want more people to play the game no matter what. There's no sacred cows. There's nothing we won't ruin and kill and destroy for just more people playing the game, right? It makes sense from the company's perspective. From my perspective, no thanks. I would take fewer if it means saying no to the game irrevocably becoming slop. Actually, I'll take a smaller game. 52% net profit, not enough for you? Propping up the entirety of Hasbro, it's not enough? Okay. Translation, every time we do this, it sells out everywhere, so how is it wrong? The consumers love slop. Yeah. And also, you're not the customer anymore. Fuck you. We will replace you who thought it might be the case that you're right and that you have better taste. But that doesn't matter. You might be wrong. A lot of people think they have good taste and they don't. Right? About any particular subject or media or whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying you were the customer for a while and things were great. And now you might quit because the game sucks now, but we don't care because we're replacing you with 5 retards who love that shit. And in 20 years, or actually the way things are in 10 years, we're going to make some other giant sellout shit that's going to make those 5 current people right now turn into you. They're not going to like it. They're going to say the game is different now and it's changed and it's slop now. And you know what we're going to do? Going to flip them off. Because we can replace those 5 people with 25 even worse people. And there it is. The cycle continues. Hasbro seems like it would have sunk if not for the inshitification of Magic. It still might. It's the only part of Hasbro that's even in the green. I'm not joking. I think actually nothing else didn't lose money. It's possible they have a mobile app that does one thing. Which to me seems like a bigger company should just buy that IP and let Hasbro die. Hey, and I'm not a libertarian or anything, but sometimes the invisible hand of the market should strangle a company to death and pull off its good bits and put them somewhere where they're more useful. I feel like Hasbro ought to get a short walk off a long pier and release Magic from it, but it's too late now. Magic is tainted forever. It's too late. Any new giant thing that bought Magic would want to monetize it just as much or more because they're trying to make a buck too. And once, you can't put the cat's out of the bag, right? It's over. Walking Dead was your chance, and it passed. You hate yourself knowing you would be a good little boy and buy a Universe Beyond Elden Ring set, but you agree with everything you said. Yeah, that's the real trick, though. That's how they'll get the fence sitters. The whales they'll do anything, right? But the real genius is everyone hates it until it's your special thing, and then you turn into a pigeon with dollar bills in your hand, and you'll walk up. And it'll happen to you. I could imagine a world where it happens to me. It's possible, right? It's not within... What if they made an Age of Sigmar set like they did for Warhammer 40k? You think I wouldn't buy that? Or, oh shit, a Glitter Boy card. Let's go. I'm gonna equip him with Boom Gun or whatever. I don't know. That's... Oh, a treasure token. It's got the end gauge drawn on it. It's Rift's Promise of Power. Oh, wow. Oh shit, here's Saskia with alternative art from Monmusu Quest. I didn't think they could sell these in stores. It's almost like a long dipshit video game. Execs to run your company is always terrible practice. Yeah. It's pretty good for making money when it doesn't kill the studio, though. It kills the studio a lot, though. AoS did have cards and it was done right. Yes, it was, because they were real cards that already existed and were just alternative art. That's it. That's my compromise. I could reach across the aisle on that one, but that's as far as I could go. And I really wish they did that. Dude, it would sell, like, just as well. Fuck you. Maybe it wouldn't, but hey, alright. The issue with UB isn't it existing, it's the inability of a large corporate entity to not immediately try to milk it to the maximum extreme and kill it in the process, yeah. I just wouldn't do it at all. Obviously, but id Software layout, yeah, id Software layoffs incoming. Yeah, it's perfect for scalpers too, because UB is much harder to reprint. You can't reproduce it on their MTG Arena or MTGO, because digital rights are different than physical. Oops, I stumbled into a scarcity issue all over again. Didn't have to, but whoopsie. Here you go, scalpers. You would respect CEOs more if they were actually good at making money, but by and large, they all just seem shit at it now. Your sentence is exactly one word too long, right at the end there. But that's the beautiful thing about a market. It weeds stuff like that out. Until you get too big to fail. Or you start living off the government dime. Which is how you get too big to fail, typically. Maybe do some more universe within sets. Whatever happened to those? Yeah. Hey, I hesitate to say I didn't even like it. The Shadowmoor Morningtide, when we returned there, that wasn't a good set. Because it was clearly a 3-set block thrown into a sausage machine and converted into a 1 set. And so it just had shit all over the place. No cohesion at all. And way too small. Which was a shame. Because I like those planes. And some of the cards in there are good, but... Look, can't afford to have real sets with blocks and stuff anymore. It takes away from the Marvel time. For printing a 2/2 for 2 Hawkeye with no abilities, but it's legendary. That's where they're spending their time. Oh, enough complaining. Negative streamer. Holy shit. Yeah, Bloomborough was great. Was it the last truly good set? This guest is so negative. Edge of Eternities was great. The fact that I could argue about that with you, I think proves your point more than mine, regardless of how that argument would go. The fact that it's even a conversation to have. Now, had you said the race car set, I don't know that you would have a leg to stand on, but Edge of Eternities was all right. Yeah. When we get to Iron Jaws, do you have anyone in the wings for commentary? If not, you'd love to help out. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to bring people on this time because we're going to do 25 of them in a row. But get those greasy sausage fingers ready for some typing. Because I'm going to send it to the audience for whether these are good or not, for the most part, as we get through them. Strixhaven was fine. Yeah, I guess my personal bias goes in there a little bit because I hate Harry Potter. It's not because of the turf. We love the turfs here. If she was just a turf and didn't even write books, big thumbs up. But I just don't like Harry Potter, obviously. Obviously, it's that. That's the reason. And so, like, fake Magic the Gathering version of Harry Potter, I shrug, right? But once you get past that, the cards and schools and mechanics and rules and stuff are pretty cool. So Strixhaven was pretty cool. I just don't like Harry Potter. But maybe it was because I'm not a girl and I didn't read it when I was 12. And, you know, that's who it was for, and it was formative for them. I read The Hobbit when I was like 9 or something like that, and it was formative. So what's the fucking difference, right? In a certain respect. Now, some would say that The Hobbit perhaps is written better than Harry Potter, but who am I, right? You read The Lord of the Rings when you were like 12? Yeah. I read it. I read The Hobbit in, like, I want to say first or second grade, because there was like a scholastic read a book and you get points if you read a book, and then you could trade the points in for like an eraser or something. We had that shit. And so I just looked for the book that was worth the most points, because even at that young age, I was already exploiting systems. Well, what's the book that gets you the most points? And it was The Hobbit. And so I read it, and I didn't know anything about it. And I'm like, this changes things. This changes the whole life trajectory, because I wanted an eraser. You originally didn't like Strixhaven for stepping on the guild's turf, but you actually dug it after getting more of a elevator pitch with the D&D stuff. Yeah, and, you know, I felt that way too a little bit. We already have guilds, you know, why not explore those? But the answer to that rhetorical question is a pretty good one, and that is, how many times do you want to return to Ravnica? If the answer is 17 instead of 34, then you might have to retread some fresh takes on guilds every once in a while as a treat, you know. And so I think it's fine to do that. Sounds like that Scholastic program worked exactly as intended. Yeah, it was a win-win situation, which is why I liked it. It truly is. A lot of times even, there truly are win-win situations. I wanted an eraser. They wanted to trick kids into reading books. I got my eraser. They tricked a kid into reading books. And I got into The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, which was positive for my life. So, seems like a win on all counts. The retreads were actually pretty neat. You remember that Scholastic program. Let's go. You got personal pan pizzas if you read enough for the school year. Hell yeah. Yeah, Pizza Hut did a collab. Wait a minute. It really was Pizza Hut. That was the company that did the collab for Scholastic. See, I knew those guys were all right. Pizza Hut did a collab with Scholastic Books and EverQuest. Pizza Hut goated, except for how fucking oily their pizza is and expensive. But I won't say too many bad words about them because of those two things. Suddenly your insistence that optimizing is a perfectly fine way to play games makes even more sense. Hey, start them early, I guess. I suppose I was predisposed for that for some reason. And I think it's just a good thing. This is why I'm for public school when so many people are against public school in general. Because I think it's very important for a young person to learn a life lesson about finding themselves in a bullshit system and having to learn how to exploit that system. That's very important knowledge you're learning. Meta knowledge, I suppose. You'll find that at work, you'll find that in politics, you'll find that everywhere, right? People are against public school? Yeah. This might be a poll, but you found that people with lower class backgrounds often lean towards optimization because they're used to doing more with less. That sounds like a tweet I would read on Blue Sky. I'm not saying it's wrong. It just sounds suspicious. He called you a broke bitch. Oh, well. When you put it that way. Okay, damn. No, I thought we were just having fun. Reading me to filth. If they gave actual character traits and names and art for all of the NPCs, imagine a world where UB was all classic swords and sorcery and nothing else. I mean, if it were kept kind of within the genre a little bit. Now, there's plenty of technology in early Magic sets and even mid ones. You know, I bet that's why Final Fantasy felt more fitting. Because Final Fantasy is like it's hard to bundle all of them up, but they're kind of like a steampunk maybe, or like a techie fantasy. And that's basically what Magic is. And indeed has been ever since like Antiquities, right? Magitech, I suppose. Yeah, I said steampunk and I was thinking of Final Fantasy VI, but really it's more Magitech, mage punk or something like that. And that's really what Magic is too. And so Final Fantasy didn't feel like such a curveball. Also, it doesn't take place on the real Earth. That's cool. Was it SJ that said if they would reasonably be able to play Magic or buy it in the setting? Yeah, I believe it was CJ. If you could realistically purchase Magic the Gathering cards within the setting, then it doesn't belong. But I don't think any of it belongs, so. Yeah, and I guess it's more acceptable for Dungeons & Dragons because they also own that universe for whatever reason. That makes it okay, or more okay. Also, consider the difference between Magic bringing in other IPs and Dungeons & Dragons doing so. Like, you just come up with a Dungeons & Dragons campaign book for superheroes with Marvel on the title, and Dungeons & Dragons players aren't mad. Because the whole point of D&D is to invent your own shit and just pull in from everything. It's fine. It's just a rule set. It's ostensibly fantasy, but whatever. There was D20 Modern, remember that? I guess that's a different name. 5e players would eat that shit up. Yeah. That is true. Look, I've played in some superhero games over the years. Some of them were even kind of nice. Isn't that exactly what Magic is? I mean, the original lore wasn't anything special. True. And it never got good. But I got to learn in real time that just because your lore isn't any good doesn't mean it ought to get replaced with Fortnite. It can always get worse. The lore of Magic was always just like environmental vibes anyway. But if you even ruin those, then I guess it can always get worse. And every once in a while, it had some kind of cool things in there. You're not defending slop. I didn't read it as if you were. Apparently, I read Only Great Games really, really poorly, but I didn't mean to. If your lore is environmental vibes and you change the environment to New York City with pizza, yeah. Yeah. And then we have the lore of Battletech, which is sick, but the game blows to play, says Lenardi. You know, I've never played Battletech. It just missed me. So I don't know. I believe you that it blows to play. Because that's believable to me. Or maybe it did when you played or whatever, what have you, right? Battletech is actually pretty good as long as you only have like 4 mechs or less on it. So it's good in small games, you mean? It's like a skirmish game. It's just intensely bookkeepy and takes a long time. Well, watch out, because that's what I like. I play Rifts, remember? Try some Old World. I probably won't. I don't really have any interest in rank and flank games. And even though we just saw that it now gets better models than Age of Sigmar, because those Slaves to Darkness mogged the Age of Sigmar reveals, and it was not close. I'm not trying to play a rank and flank game in general. At this point, I'm kind of ride or die with AoS, and if AoS ends up sucking forever, I'm just not going to play any more war games ever. Trench Crusade was kind of cool. StarCraft looks kind of cool. Vince's game is kind of cool, right? Like, there are some skirmish ones that are kind of neat, but not enough that I would actually buy models and play them. I never was really much of a war gamer. It was just AoS hit me at the right time, and I really liked it, and I thought it would go in a good direction, and then it didn't. So maybe if we about face, it'll be fine, but I'm not, like, looking for a replacement if it goes away. Like, if Age of Sigmar was banned, like, Trump appears on TV, and he's like, there will be no more Age of Sigmar. It's done. It's banned in America, or whatever. Or Nottingham blows up, or whatever the fuck, right? I'm not gonna go to another game. That was it was a good try, and I had a lot of fun over the years, but I'm not interested in any other war games. That was a de Blasio accent. Yeah, so right in the middle of that sentence, I'm like, am I going to do a Trump impression? Because I cannot do a Trump impression, and I don't watch the guy enough to know what his voice even sounds like. Are we going through with this? I guess. Whatever happened to Trench Crusade? Was it just flavor of the month? It seems like it fell off a cliff. There was something with their Discord being really power trippy and toxic and weird. A whole bunch of chuds got interested in it, and they didn't want chuds in their game that was, in all fairness, literally perfectly designed to capture the chud audience. You couldn't have made a better sales pitch for a chud game, and then they all showed up and they told them to fuck off. Like, which is fine. You can gatekeep your game however you want, right? But yeah, I know that a lot of people kind of stopped caring after that, and it was a splash in the pan, and it was good, but I think it's so campaign focused, and it's so rare that campaign games like that, like Mordheim and stuff, become too terribly large. I think the interest in general just isn't quite there for it. They made the quintessential Deus Volt game, and then they were surprised when Deus Volters showed up. I like it. I think it's a cool game. I like the miniatures. I like the rules. I'm not normally a skirmish guy, and playing it was kind of fun. List building was a nice change of pace for the low point that AoS was in at the time. But I'm not trying to do campaigns. I'm just not a Mordheim guy. If I was going to do a campaign, I would play Rifts. That's just kind of how I feel about it, I guess. Maybe it's because I've always been a TTRPG player first and foremost, and a wargamer basically never, except for Age of Sigmar. The art's really good too. And the lore and setting are very shallow but extremely cool. And shallow on purpose so that there's plenty of mystery still there. You don't have to explain everything always, right? Although the type of person that likes that, that likes those aesthetics is also the type of person that wants a 400-page treatise on every single bolt and screw of the entire setting, right? So maybe a bit of a miss there. The official models are pretty doo-doo, you thought? Well, I guess we're coming at it from a different angle. I thought they were good models for such a tiny game with no money. But if you're talking about objectively, then obviously not. I mean, they were resin. Or 3D printing STLs and stuff. Can't really compare. The world of Rifts gets connected to the mortal realms. Let's say a realm gate into each realm appears. What happens, in your professional opinion? As fantastical as much of Rifts is, you gotta remember that like the vast majority of people are normal. No implants, no cyberware, no, you know, SDC weapons and armor and stuff for the most part. They're just like future people. And so they would just get taken apart by the Greek, you know, like Roman, Greek, mythic, fantasy, god, mystical area, right? But then again, the average citizenry of AoS are just people too. They just got long ears sometimes. So maybe I'm mischaracterizing it. You would have to figure out the one big question. You would have to answer the one big question first, as far as like power scaling, what would happen? And that is, what does the concept of MDC mean in Age of Sigmar, if anything? And that would have to like answer you'd have to answer that first. And I don't know if there's a good way of doing that. But I think they both scale up pretty well. Normally you would have like a pure tech place show up to a pure divine place, and then that's the weird mix of oil and water. But in Age of Sigmar, the gods walk the earth. But in the Rifts world, the gods walk the earth too. They got rules for all of them. All the pantheons. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are walking around Africa right now. Thor is real. The entire Egyptian pantheon is real, right? Just we got gods too. So, I don't know. You could say MDC is like special in some way. And so you could send a squadron of Samas and maybe a backup mortar team of Glitter Boys, and then they would just kill like infinite they would just kill like infinite Stormcast until they ran out of ammo or something, and every sword and bullet and stuff just plinks off them because it's mega damage and that's special. Or maybe that's the only way they can even fight Stormcast, and you just call it even. Who knows? You'd have to figure that part out. The Age of Sigmar gods feel a bit stronger, probably one-on-one, than a lot of the Rifts gods. But maybe that's just because because Kevin can't help himself, and so he has to stat everything out, and by even giving it stats, you've sort of brought it low in a way. Even if a Splugorth has like 100,000 MD or whatever obscene number of stuff they have. I mean, they got Death Stars and Planet Killers and stuff in Phase World, so. Well, you can appreciate the technical ability that went into a lot of the AoS sculpts. You think we need to get away from the idea that more detail means a model is better? Yeah. Somebody call Creature Caster and let them know. Shots fired, sorry. I apologize. They're really good. It's just there's such a thing as too much, and I think GW really does understand that sometimes you need to give the painter something to show what they're made of. You don't have to fill every single micron with a detail. I mean, look at the new ogres, right? The new ogres have pretty wide open spaces, a ton of skin, flat armor, you know? Yeah, there are details, but they left a lot for the painter to do. I appreciate that. New ogres are great. You're more thinking of Cities of Sigmar. I mean, Cities of Sigmar is the detail faction, yeah. There are factions that are more detail oriented than others, I guess. You remembering the fan stats for Asmodeus that put him at like CR 138 or something? Yeah, I remember that book. Yeah, 3.5. It was a hell of a game. Thoughts on the Amish elves getting dinosaurs? That's a... Is that 40k? I don't know anything about 40k really. I know surface level memes from 2006. But that's about it. If Eldar players are happy that they get dinosaurs, then I'm happy they get dinosaurs. Me personally, I think it's dumb in a future game to use low-tech stuff. I think that's stupid. And I don't like what Eldar look like or what their technology looks like. I'm a hater. It's not like a problem, it's just I wouldn't play the army. You know, and cone heads. They're clearly a product of the time that Eldar were thought up, and perhaps their aesthetic haven't got with the times quite as much. If that's the one that you're talking about. By the way, you do like the Eastern Ogre helmets? Yeah, they're close for me. Like I said in the video, I talked about all the ways that I thought what they were trying to do with the aesthetic, and I said that they were 90% there on all counts. And then someone in the comments said I was being negative. And so now I don't know what to do. I should stop making fun of that because people are going to start thinking that I'm like concerned. Anyway, yeah, the helmets are almost there for me. If they didn't look pounded into form, that's maybe that final part that I don't much care for. We'll see. You can see, you know, when you see it in real life, you'll see what you can do with it. And there's almost certainly a way to paint it that makes it look fine. And I'd rather have my guys have helmets than not have helmets. I just think it's cool that the guys have helmets. Even if the helmets are a little weird. The video came across like you didn't really like them, even though you said they were 90% there. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good summary. I did not like them, but they were very close to being good. So that's accurate. Which itself is basically means saying, you can probably fix this. Like, it's probably fixable with a little conversion or something. Or a particular paint scheme. Like, when I'm grading a sculpt, I generally don't talk about the conversions you could do, because you can convert anything. It's like saying nothing. It's cheating. Empty words. Yeah, of course you can convert something. You can convert anything. I'm talking about what it is, right? Which is why I called red a fixer-upper. It's something you have to convert to make it look good. 4x4 by fuck off, big wheeler, yeah. Dude, one of the comments was, I know you don't like red, but think of the conversions you could do to it. And I'm like, yeah, I called it a fixer-upper that you have to convert. Correct, that's exactly what I said. That's bad. I have a great conversion idea. I'm going to buy one and convert it. I got a good conversion idea. I photoshopped one up in Discord. That's my plan. I'm going to do that. But I shouldn't have to. I mean, I will. But it would be better if it was amazing already. And converting was just something you did if you got inspired, you know. Are we getting a new Fire Belly? No. My guess is no. The rumor is no as well. I don't know why so many people love that guy. I shrug. Maybe it's because I don't like Pacific Islander stuff, and that's kind of what he is. Imagine the $150 you can spend on the $120 model that you don't like. The conversion community. Think of how good you could do on my test if you changed some of the answers. Yeah. Pretty close. Yeah, Destructive Panda. It's like saying this game would be better with friends. Yeah, bro. Every game is better with friends. You didn't say anything. It doesn't mean that Among Us is good because you have to play it with people, you know. I don't know. The premise running thin on this one. Are you going to use different mounts for the Ogre Riders? No, because the mounts are so good. They're so, like, okay, obviously I don't like the heads, but some real artistry went into the skin and implied movement and musculature underneath and the little wrinkles here and there. The mounts are really excellent. I really like them. It just gave them dumb faces. And they made them like weird pug kind of animals, and I was hoping they would maybe do something else, right? And I think the heads are unfixable. You would have to be a wizard with green stuff to fix that. And so I tried a mass hypnosis event where I make funny memes out of it and get my community to make funny memes out of it as well, to trick everyone into liking it because of how stupid it looks. And I think it's working. I think it's working. You can always use the open-mouthed versions. You know. Which still don't look that great because I just kind of disagree with the biology of the creature's head. But at least it doesn't look like a meme then. But now maybe I want them all smiling. Oh yeah, I gotta add the Mog Beast Raider emote to Twitch. I spent a lot of work. Well, okay, a lot is definitely, that's a load-bearing phrase. But, yeah, I transferred a bunch of the Discord memes over to Twitch for the culture. And that can be another one. Did Miss Aqshy? Nope, we're just walking in Japan for a while. Actually, longer than normal. But the secret is, as long as people are typing interesting questions, I'll just answer them. And this is a way to keep me trapped here forever until I starve to death. But when the questions dry up, we go to the content is typically how I do it. Yeah, there he is, CJ. There he is, Mexodoc. So anyway, to answer your question, I'm not using different mounts because they're really good. And I'm going to use memes to trick myself into thinking that the faces look fine. Because I really like everything else about him. How can you starve to death when you're holding a sandwich? Oh, true. A flask of endless water. Except it's a sandwich. Mexodoc. Mexican organic Doritos only cowabunga. Hey, that you know, that's probably going to be on a magic card pretty soon. How do you feel? Good? You like that? Aren't you happy 5 people are going to replace you as Magic fans because of that? Their votes count. I think you mean Magic consumers. Yes, I do. I feel like before we read these, I have to read the seasonal rules so I understand Fury and Rage, because probably something like half of these HeyWoah skulls are going to directly interact with that. And so I need to see what the rule does in an effort to figure out if they're good or not. First time chatter, pizza unfriended. Oh no, I wasn't talking about you. In a few more years, we'll probably have enough UB sets for New York City constructed. We already have TMNT and Spoderman. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, New York block. Return to New York block later. New Chaos Dragon thoughts. I appreciate how they really tried to capture the magic of the old one, but still make it look great for the modern day. If you're talking about the Slaves to Darkness thing for the old world, I like that. That's good. And they did a much better job than the Tomb Kings, in my opinion. Because the Tomb King dragon is, to me, a boring sculpt. It's just there, kind of crocodilian. It's just sort of plopped down on a base with little care. Sort of like Red, you know. But the Chaos Dragon with 2 heads, you know, I thought it looked great for what it was trying to do. New York City Pauper Tiny Leaders. Oh, yeah. Hey, remember Tiny Leaders? You could make a set called Spider-Man. And it's Tiny Leaders, except your commander has to be a Spider-Man card. And you could have like 12 people in a pod, and they're all using a different Spider-Man. Which model does Red refer to? There's a brand new ogre that we saw in the preview named Red with 2 Ds. Red the Giga Butcher. I can't remember his honorific, but it's the Mawpot guy. It's the Mawpot centerpiece guy. His name is Red. Which is important because it's the first time ogres have gotten a mainline named character ever in Age of Sigmar. And it was the first one released. So we have As of right now, we have 1, and we will have 2 eventually. Possibly more. But for the longest time, we had none. Now, we did have like an Underworld warband with a named thing, or like a Warcry warband with a named thing, but I don't count those, and nobody else really does either. And also, they looked dumb. Yeah, I will never forget Hrothgorn, some guy man trapper. But I will pronounce his name differently every time. If Leadbelchers go, I have a strongly worded email in my drafts. Right, you can't see it, but right now I'm doing the hand on the shoulder meme. Red is going to make Kairos, Teclis, and Croak look like babies. Well, his sculpt doesn't. I've seen his rules. I think he'll get played more than those models. Because he's one of those, like, play this guy, otherwise your Allegiance ability's bad kind of centerpieces. Which I think is fine when your centerpiece looks really awesome, like Catacross and Big Oosh. And I think it's less fine when your centerpiece doesn't look cool. But don't worry. Red's going to look great. You just got to fix him. You just have to convert him. And I got a good idea for one. You think red was originally designed for an oval base and then they decided to bump it up to a big circle? That was my tinfoil hat from the video. I don't know if that's how their company works, but it, you know, it made sense to me. And who wins, red or a double animal style with hatched chilies? I don't know what that means. Is that a car? FEC concept is cool. Yeah, FEC are almost there too. They got some old ass units. Yeah, it's a car. All right, let me read this quick. You guys are too interesting today. You keep asking interesting questions. We'll never get to the content. It's probably not a bad thing. But here we are. All right, seasonal rules 26-27. Once per battle army deployment phase. Raising the heat. I'm just going to read it off while we walk, because this is just the GHB part. If you are the attacker, set your fury level to 1. If you are the defender, set your fury level to 2. Okay. Once per turn army start of battle round, you must use this ability. Gain a number of Rage dice equal to your fury level. At the end of the battle round, any unspent Rage dice are lost. I don't know that I like that. I think you should keep them. Give me rollover minutes. Reward me for making choices early in the game that affect the later game. I don't know how this ends up really playing out, so maybe there's a good reason for them to do that, but I kind of like being able to hold it. It makes your decisions more impactful and long-reaching. Instead of smoke them if you got them, you know? So, start of the first battle round, the attacker gets 1 rage dice, and the defender gets 2 rage dice to start. Okay, so these are command points so far. And we already have those. Once per turn army, end of any turn, eruption of fury. Stoked by the ongoing battle, this warrior's wrath erupts in a display of bone-splintering violence. Pick a friendly unit to use this ability once per turn, and this is the end of any turn. Friendly unit to use this ability, then pick an enemy unit in combat with that friendly unit to be the target. Okay, so we had a fight, nobody died, and now it is the end of turn, and we are still in combat. So it's one of those situations. Pick one of the melee weapons that the unit using this ability is armed with, then spend up to 3 rage dice. Okay. 1 melee weapon. Resolve a number of combat attacks against the target unit. The melee weapons you picked equal to the number of rage dice you spent. So let's pretend I spent 3. I would make 3 great gut gouger attacks with the tyrant or whatever, say. Those attacks cannot score crits. Instead, for each unmodified hit roll of 6, inflict an additional D3 mortal on each enemy unit in combat with the unit using this ability. Okay, so we got a miniature Sword of Japan, or Splatter Cleaver, if you will. Wait, no, Splatter Cleaver didn't actually do any bonus damage. It just healed you if you did. So you could have a Tyrant technically in combat with 5 enemy units in a pentagram shape. And if you got 1/6 against one of them, you do D3 mortal to all 5 of them. Now, this is never going to happen. But that's kind of interesting. That it's an AoE explode. Your opponent must increase their fury level by 1 to a maximum of 7. Okay. So they will in turn get more rage dice. If that happens. For each 6. For each unmodified hit roll of 1 for those attacks, allocate D3 mortal to the unit. Okay. You blow yourself up for every 1, and you blow up everybody around you for every 6. Designer's note. Rage dice do not add to the attacks characteristic of the weapon you pick. You spend 3 rage dice, you make 3 attacks. Yeah, that's how I read it, but I will never complain about designer's notes. It's always good to have them. Just in case. So that seems like whatever. There's that whole thing. I don't know. I don't care. You do a few attacks at the end of turn if 2 units happen to still be in combat by the end of that. It's any turn though, so you get to like it's like the tiniest extra combat phase ever at the end of the turn. And sometimes you blow up and sometimes they blow up. And I guess it's sort of a way to flush out your extra points if it was going to be the end of the battle round anyway. But then you give your opponent Fury as well, so that they can do that. You want it on screen? I was just going to read it out loud, but it turns out they are... I don't know. It's a little more than I thought it would be. Let's cut to... Let's cut the game screen. Might as well show it if it's going to be like this. So anyway, I'm over here. I'm on this place. Passive, fight through the pain. Before allocating damage to a friendly unit, you can spend any number of Rage dice. For each Rage dice spent, reduce your fury level by 1 to a minimum of 0, then roll a die. On a 3-up, remove 1 damage point from that unit's damage pool. Alright. I like this one a lot more than this one. This one, you jump through a lot of hoops to get to. It will happen, but it's like you're always taking damage. So we're fighting through the pain. Okay, cool. How do you get Fury after you've spent it? That's my quest. So you set your Fury level to 1 in the deployment phase, and you set it to 2 if you're the defender. Then start of the battle round, you convert that Fury level into Rage dice. And they're gone. Oh, your Fury level stays. That's how. Okay. In my head, I'm like, you don't get Rage dice every turn, but you do because that's your Fury level. And this thing reduces your Fury level actually. So let's say we're going to think about it now. Start of the game, I get 1, you get 2. My turn. I shoot your hero. You use both of yours to reduce that damage by 2. But that doesn't, it's not just spending rage dice, it's reducing your Fury level, period. Right. So now on your turn, you don't have any because you can't get any. And then it's the next battle round. And at the start of that battle round, you get 0 rage dice because your Fury level is 0. And then you just don't have them, I think, for the rest of the game. You're just done. Okay. So you're supposed to, like, be using Eruption of Fury to give each other Fury level and damage, I suppose. But if you want to just get rid of them and that's it, you can fight through pain if you want. Now, obviously, when I scroll down to the battle plans, I'm sure the battle plans are going to have all sorts of ways to get your Fury level up. And indeed, probably a lot of the war scrolls that we'll look at in Aqshy. But I'm just talking default. If you're the attacker, you get 1 a turn, or you get 1 a battle round. And if you're the defender, you get 2 a battle round. And if you ever use Fight Through Pain, the hose shuts off. And it's just a normal game of Age of Sigmar forever. Okay. Now, as I scroll down, let's see if there are other ways. I'm just going to look at like 2 battle plans really quick and see if what they're doing is is this not, do we not have battle plans in this GHB? Or is this printout just not include them? All right, the printout I have, I think, just doesn't include them, so we can't just look. I guess I can. No, I can't. Well, hey, all right. It's possible that in the full book, they're there, and like the battle plan says, at the end of every turn, whoever has the most objectives or the special one that you roll for ups their Fury level or something. I could imagine they have that stuff in there. A lot of Fury abilities raise your opponents if they lower yours as well. Okay. They are already on Wahapedia. Okay. And then what are the, now that we've iterated on battle tactics since 3rd edition, which would be 5 years now, what do battle tactics look like? Blazing Onslaught. Start of the battle. After using all deployment phase abilities, but before determining which player will take the first turn, your opponent must pick 1 non-faction terrain feature within their territory to be their hideout. Oh, they got a hidey hole. Can't be removed. Master of Arms. You complete this battle tactic at the end of your turn if the same enemy unit had at least 1 damage point allocated to it in 3 different phases of this turn. So rewarding you for playing in a bunch of different phases. Strike. Break through different. You complete this battle tactic at the end of your turn if you control the hideout. So you waltzed your ass all the way over there and you actually control that shit now. Domination. No survivors. You complete this battle tactic at the end of your turn if 2 or more enemy units were destroyed this turn and you control the hideout. So this is the All right. So first one is be playing an army where this is even capable of happening, but just do damage. The second one is switch places with your opponent and be kind of winning probably. And number 3 is win more. Just the classic, you're crushing your opponent. So they're still kind of like that. Complete this if 2 or more friendly units are wholly outside friendly territory, wholly within 6 of friendly territory, and within 3 of each other. Form a wall. I don't like ones that tell you how to play. Maybe that. Move here, and move here. Hey, how about I move where it would be good to move based on where my opponent is moving, like an organic kind of tactic game, you know. You complete this battle tag at the end of your turn if you control an objective within enemy territory and that objective is contested by at least one friendly that didn't move and at least another friendly that charged. That's dumb. You complete this battle tag if there are 3 more friendly units within 3 of the center of the battlefield that are not in combat. Yeah, okay, so it's synchronized swimming, do a flip, don't like them. To the surprise of no one, I still hate battle tactics. But a lot of people like them, so hey, all right. I clicked on the destruction thing, but instead of read their article, why don't I just read them? You know, they're right here. Anyway, place of power adds it, says Holy Zest. Okay. That makes sense. And we're going to go in the order that they are printed on this screen. And we're going to start with Cruel Boys. Cruel Boys artifacts, hero only. You can pick an artifact from this table instead of from other artifacts power tables available to this faction. The Splatter Mask. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack that targets this unit is 1 to 3, it fails. Okay, so they can only become hit on a 4. That's either pretty strong or doesn't do anything, depending on what your opponent happens to have on their war scroll. Like fighting against ogres, this is horrible because it does legit nothing. Fighting against 2 up to hit guys, it's pretty good. Feels like a sideboard card. Spell in a rattle. Once per battle, any hero phase. This unit can use a non-summon spell from a spell lore you picked during army composition as if it had Wizard 1. Instead of making a casting roll for that spell, the casting roll is 9 and can't be modified and can't be unbound. This is fun because you get to choose a little combo to do. It's... I mean, once per battle is kind of not good, right? Just in general, I don't like those. But it's cool that you can auto-cast a spell one time on a 9. It does have to be the spell lore you already have, though. I guess if your unlimited spell is good, this is like insurance to make sure you get it every turn. And then the Woggly Bog Stick. Oh, the Piggly Wiggly. Pick a visible enemy within 12 of this unit to be the target. It's pretty close for a hero. Roll a die if the roll exceeds the target's control characteristic, inflict an amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. No. Okay. I don't like defensive options that 100% don't work against a lot of stuff. I'm even not super cool with ones that are like just good against ranged or just good against melee. I like the generically good defensive ones. But of course I would say that because I'm like a player. Spell in a rattle as if you were a baby. This is like maybe okay. I don't really like once per battle things, but there could be a neat combo with it. I bet you have an artifact in your book that's just better. If you don't, sorry. Monsters' traits are unique. Hey, we get... All right, so you get monster traits. That's cool and fun. Cunning creatures. Spit none. This unit is armed with a ranged weapon below where axe is equal to your furry level. Okay. Caustic saliva. 12. Let's pretend it's 2. 4s and 3s, 2d3. Like, 4s and 3s, 2d3 is kind of... That's something. Like, if it connects, that can hit. Ren 2 damage d3 is okay. Probably has a pretty low number of attacks. Unless everyone's just, like, maxing Fury out. Slyun. Sylvester Slyun. Remove this unit from the battlefield and set up again on the battlefield more than 9 from all enemy units. Once per battle, end of any turn. That's really good. I know you do that anyway, because you have dirty tricks. But I mean, those can fail. End of turn, you're out of position, and your opponent is going next, and he can definitely charge it and kill it, and you just save it. That's kind of cool. I like Slyun. And then Quicken. QuickBooks. Add half your furry level rounding up to run rolls and charge rolls for this unit. Oh, that's good too. All right. You can get 2 Fury each hero phase from a pop on a 2-up. Okay, so that's what the Place of Power does. On a 2-up, you get 2. So we can stack this, is what you're saying. So if you're on the defense, you can start with 4, and if you're on the offense, you can start with 3. And you accrue those each time, although you might have to babysit to do so later in the game, which might be tactically disadvantageous. So it's a little, we'll see. Can't control my furry level. I like adding a lot to run and charge. But are you like a fighting monster army? Are your guys fighting monsters? Actually, you are, because yesterday we had a Cruel Boy person on, and they said that the Sack Ripper Vulture, or whatever the shit is called, like, you actually play that guy, and he, like, kind of fucks shit up in melee sometimes, and pieces out. Anyway, I'm kind of wasting time here. I look at Sylvester Slyun, and I'm like, it's this one, bro. Even if it was your own turn, I would probably just choose this one, but it's Annie. Good shit. And now what do we got here? King Kill a Boss on Great Nash Tuv. 10-10-3-2. It's a pretty decent wheel. Boss Skewer. Anti-hero, 1 rend. Oh, Crit Mortal, you love to see it. 5 attacks, 4s and 3s, 1-2 with Crit Mortal. And then the jars, same exact thing, but no Crit Mortal. Okay. Once per turn army, your movement phase. If this unit is wholly within 6 of the battlefield edge, remove it from the battlefield, set up again wholly within 6 of the battlefield edge and more than 9. Are they using really, really specific language here, or is the battlefield edge all 4? I think they would say same. I think they would say the same battlefield edge if they meant that. I bet it means all 4. But you do have to be wholly within 6 of a battlefield edge. Depending on the type of battle plans, that's just never where you are. Now, it is where you are during deployment, so you're going to start there, which is a key note. And it is kind of a teleport. Once per turn army, your combat phase. When in doubt, drag them out. Enemy infantry hero in combat with this unit to be the target. 2d6, the unit can move a distance in inches up to the value of the roll. Then, if possible, your opponent must remove the target from the battlefield, set it up within 1. That's funny, you pull them out. So you pull their unit, or their infantry hero from behind chaff screens, as long as it's still within 3 to start with, for better skewering. That's kind of funny, and it might screw up their wholly within nonsense too. That's kind of cool. Now, how often are you in melee combat with an infantry hero in that way? Who knows? But I think this is a very flavorful ability. I don't know how often you're going to really get to use it, but it's flavorful. And that's it. Without knowing what the original Gnash Tooth did, are you playing this guy? I'm looking at him right now, and I'm saying no. And I don't really care what he costs. But is there a trick I don't know about here with Cruel Boys? He can teleport. He has Crypt Mortal on some stuff for free. He has a funny drag him out rule that maybe it happens more than I think on the table. What does he cost, this guy? Good for grabbing objectives late game, can carry some artifacts. Okay. His points went up by 80. That's a lot. For what I'm imagining he costs, like somewhere in the low 200s maybe. Plus 80 is a lot. He was useful at 150, but not now. Okay. Oh, yeah. If he used to be 150, then I like him. If he's 230, I don't know. Killer boss with Stab Garrot, 654. Crypt Mortal, little boss Hackler. Any combat phase, just keep stabbing. Enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. Roll number of dice equal to your furry level. You can spend 1 rage dice to add 1 to each roll. If your opponent's fear level is lower than yours, you must increase yours. Then for each 3, inflict 1 mortal. Once per turn army reaction, you declare a fight ability for this unit. Friendly Gut Ripper, Hoggrot Slitta, that has not used a fight ability and is within this unit's combat. The target can be picked to use a fight. It is picked to do so, add 1 attack characteristic. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was waiting for this guy, because so far I'm like, this guy doesn't do anything. But are you playing with Gut Rippers or Hobgrot Slittas? Plus 1 to attacks characteristic is a good buff. But you do have to, you have to position them pretty carefully with your squad. This is not the way that I would want to have to get plus 1 attacks. But if you lost your good way of doing it, then maybe this guy is a possibility if you're using Gut Rippers or Schlittaj. Okay. I'm not impressed. Spell and Rattle is okay, maybe. Sly 1 is very good. And this guy is okay until I learned that he was really cheap. And then I kind of liked him, and now he's no longer really cheap, so I don't know. And then if you have to get plus 1 attacks back with the annoying positioning, then I guess maybe you have to. Yeah, I mean, if you got 20 guys and you have Crypt Mortals, you got to give them plus 1 attack somehow. So, hey, enjoy. With quotations. I have nothing, I have no other ones to compare it to, so I don't know if that's a good Aqshy rule scroll or a bad one. As we read more of those, we'll figure it out. Is the only source of decent damage for the army, you think? And it does give you +1 attack. You lost +1 attack with the other thing, and so now you have to play that. According to Kahi. Alright, Sons of Behemat. Cracked Healer. Cracked Heals are unique enhancements and be given to Man Crusher Gargants. A unit can only have 1 crack heal. So this is like the opposite of a monster enhancement, a mount trait. Now I know that Man Crushers are monsters, but like, it's so weird for you not to have a monster that when you have a smaller one, they give you like a mount trait inverted version of it. That's funny. It means that you have to buy and play Man Crusher Gargants, which is always a downside until they give us a new version. That boy's not... we're putting King of the Hill memes in Games Workshop. That boy ain't right. Roll die on a 5-up. This unit can use a prayer. Wow, I hate it. Okay. Roll a die, nothing happens. I love it. But if it does happen, he gets Priest 1 and can use the prayer, and you auto-use the prayer because you did have to roll a 5 already, right? So that 5 becomes this 5. At least they did that. Old GW wouldn't have done this, right? They would have just had you roll twice and had it be a 97% possibility of nothing happening. So that's at least nice. And it would have been a once per game ability. Okay. In the average 5 battle round game, you could use this ability 5 times, and you wouldn't even be that unlucky for it never to work. I don't like it. Passive, up for it. As units melee weapons have charge +1 damage. Sure, yeah. I mean, you're going to charge somebody eventually. Fine. And it works on the whole unit. Seems good. Always on guard. Never go full guard. This unit has ward 5 while it's wholly within 12 of visible friendly Mega Gargant. Like, ward's really good, but in a really, really low unit count army, it is a big ask to have 2 of your guys next to each other all the time. That's a lot of that's a big percentage of your army tasked with being in the same spot, which is a little dangerous sometimes. But still, a 5-up ward is a 5-up ward. I don't know what Gargant armies look like right now, and we couldn't find anyone that played them, which might mean not great. Or it just happened to be the case that there weren't any. We'll see. I think I would take none of these because I wouldn't play any Man Crusher Gargants even if it was better to. So you're probably asking the wrong person. Prayer Lore. Broads Bellas. Broads Cabellos. Rock Bottom. At least they're honest. Pick a friendly son's priest to chant this. Works on a 3. Pick a visible friendly sons wholly within 12 of them to be the target. If the chanting roll was a 6, you can pick another eligible unit to be a second target. Ignore the effects of the battle damaged ability. Each target has a 6-up ward, and it's unlimited. Cool. So, do you still only have the one priest, King Broad? And does he still have Prayer 1? Like he's got that War Scroll prayer? If so, then I don't know why they made a lore. And I understand that they did That Boy's Not Right, but it fails 66% of the time. In such a way that you can't even, like, accrue points. Man, they need some more priests in this army. And not in this way. The Terrible Twos. Friendly Sun's Priest to chant it. Visible enemy within 18. Roll die for each model in the target unit. If the chanting roll is 8, add 1 to the roll. Well, the chanting roll can't be an 8 because it's just a 5. I suppose you can still charge it up, right? It still gives you ritual points. I'm assuming. Or maybe they expect King Broad to use these instead of his. For each 6, inflict 1 mortal. Then if any models are slain, Howl of the move characteristic. Okay, could be good. I was going to say it's not good, but it could be good because it howls movement. Even though that's a lot of rolling. Just checked, such is the way. That's sad. I think there ought to be a wizard Gargant and a priest Gargant. And like a knight Gargant and a necromancer Gargant with his own Mega Gargant sized giant skeleton that he can summon, you can put on the table. I don't know. I would try to make Mega Gargants like interesting to me. And Broad is Priest 1. Okay. There should be a good looking Gargant too. Got him. Holy shit. Maybe with different legs. Facing a different direction. Vocal Tectonics for 5. A visible enemy 12. If the chanting roll was 10, you can pick another eligible unit to be the second. Start the next turn, each has strike last. Okay. So if they're within 12 in your hero phase, or possibly your opponents if you do the thing, then you can give them strike last, and on their turn they don't charge you. And on your turn you charge them, but now you can get into 2 combats for free. Okay. Sun's book needs to be rewritten, reimagined from the ground up. Anyway, Gatebreaker, 35, 10, 4, 20. You got the Boulder Hurler, 1 shot. Fort Crush a Flail with the anti-faction terrain. Almighty Stomp, Death Grip, Vendetta. Longshanks, some Behemoth. Once you're battle on your hero phase, it's going down. Narrowing their eyes. Okay. So start of your next turn, your hero phase, once per battle. It gets 4d6 move characteristic instead of 10. While this unit is within 1 of a terrain feature, the attack's characteristic of its hurl bolter is d6 instead of 1. Jesus. Okay. Press the nitrous. What was the judgment passed on Spicy War Scrolls? We looked at the Cruel Boys one, and it was complicated. They're worse, but you have to play them anyway. The artifacts, not great. One of the mount traits, really strong. Overall, I would say probably disappointing. But don't take my word for it because I don't play the army. Once per turn army, you're moving phase. Off in a huff. You and your opponent must roll off. Each player adds their fury level to the roll. Then this unit can move a distance up to its move. It can move through combat ranges, enemy units, but it cannot end that move in combat unless you won the roll off. So in your movement phase, you get the double move. And this like end in combat thing, bro, I don't care. I don't care about winning the roll off. I actually just want to move twice. So he's fast. The boy's fast now. Is the Gatebreaker the one that has the cool flip a coin, do 1,000,000 damage or nothing move? Because if it is, that's more fun than this. But moving fast is fun, too. It's a core move, though. Oh, does that mean that you can't move and then move again with it? That's what that means, right? Yeah? Okay. It's trash. Next. Man Crusher Gargant. All right, we get some new ones. 1285, throwing rocks. Really throwing rocks tonight. Statue Tosser. For the rest of the turn, the damage characteristic of this unit's throwing rocks is 3 instead of D3. Then you can spend up to 3 rage dice if you do. For each you add 2. And then your opponent gets a bonus for that. And they're 12-inch tossers. This is like 3 attacks. They hit on 5s. Yeah, I don't care. And if you spend all 7 of your fury, it is, or if you spend all 7 of your rage dice, let's just pretend you're at cap. That's 15 rocks thrown. 5s to hit, which means you hit with 5 of them. Wounds on 2, which means you wound with 4 of them. And then it's 4 Ren 2 damage 3. Oh no, wait. It's up to 3 rage dice. Never mind. Sorry. Sorry. In my brief excitement, I had failed to read. So it's 3, which is 7 total, which means on 5s to hit, you hit with 2 of them if you're lucky. And you wound with both of them if you're, again, kind of lucky. Ren 2 damage 3. And you give your opponent a fury level for this. And you have to play this awful creature. No. Hey, better luck next time. Iron Jaws. Somebody said they had thoughts about the Iron Jaws thing. I'm going to be reading it, but feel free to type. Chimeric Mantle. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. For the rest of the turn, subtract D3 from the attack characteristic of the target's companion weapons while it is in combat with this unit. That's a cool defensive trick if you get caught out and charged, which might happen because your army is slow. I would rather choose something that gets me where I need to go or helps me kill once I'm there. Yeah, Common Companion L as well. Reaction, you declared the Iron Jaws HeyWoah ability and pick this unit to be the target. Horn of Shatner Tusk. The rest of the turn, add 1 attacks characteristic of commanding weapons used by friendly Iron Jaws units wholly within 18. That's good. This is just good. If you're on pigs and shit, sure. +1 attacks. Weird Skull shooting phase. Pick a visible enemy unit within 18. Roll a die if the target is within 12. Add 1. On a 4-up, inflict 1 damage. But then also you subtract 1 from the target's power level. 18 is pretty long too. Still it's a 4-up. I just think it's way too specific to take it in an army list if you're going to play 5 entire games in a row, you know. It's the silver bullet problem all over again. I like this thing. If you're on a bunch of companion pig weapons, it just makes your WoW better. That seems good. Giant radius, +1 attacks is a good bonus. I don't know what Iron Jaws is already using for their artifact of power. Perhaps it's better than Horn, but to me, I like Horn. Monstrous traits. Yep, big, fast, and angry. We got him back, finally. Usually take the +1 rend. Is there a +1 rend? Do you mean, is it like +1 rend on the hero's weapon? Or is it +1 rend onto your Wah? Like, is it a Wah thing or what? On the hero's weapon, okay. If he's a slammer. I kind of like the synergy of this. +1 attacks to all your pigs, if you have them. I guess if you're playing them. Maybe people don't. Biggin. Add 1 to rend of the unit's companion weapons. That's great. Fasten. If this unit was not set up this turn, it can use normal move as if it were your movement phase. This one's great. Angrian. If this unit charged this turn, pick a visible enemy within 1, roll a number of dice equal to your furry level. For each 3, inflict 1 mortal damage. This one's good. Alright. Biggin is good, Fasten is good, and Angrian is good. Nice. Monster traits. Good in Iron Jaws. You heard it here first. And then we got Megaboss on foot and Bruettes. Damn, 4-inch move. Oof. Look at all those attacks, though. He's a slammer, kinda. Once per battle round army, any hero phase. 3 good choices. Somebody pinch me. I know. I can't believe it. Pick friendly Iron Jaws unit wholly within 12 that was not set up. How come? What if we what if we set it up this turn? What would be so bad about that? I'll read on. You can use Mighty Destroyers. You can pick that friendly unit to be a second target. Okay. Mighty Destroyers already forbids it, so this is just consistency? Okay. Mighty Destroyers is free movement, or did it get changed to just move 4 or something like that, or 5? Because it was once a free movement period. I wonder if that got reined in. So what could you do that would be so game-breaking if you could target a unit that was set up this turn? I'm just saying, like, some combos are fun. Oh, it's only 3. All right. But you can enter combat and screw somebody's charge. Okay. And you can't use it to retreat. Damn, dude. Stop it. Once per turn, end of any turn, you ain't gonna show me up. When if this unit uses the fight ability this turn, spend 1 rage. If your opponent's fear level is lower than yours, increase it. Then add 1 to damage characteristic of the boss Choppler. For the rest of the whole battle. Can't be affected by this multiple times, and the effects are cumulative. This is fun. This is you're having fun here. This is fun. Casual players are going to love this. Uh, 4-inch move man just waddling towards combat, but if he ever, for every person he kills, like this is funny. I don't know what the normal Mega Boss does. You try to get the big damage Mega Boss, but always end up dying. Yeah, of course. But it's a fun ability for casual players, at least, on paper. GW writing about how you can possibly take down a Mega Gargant in the 5th battle round with just one Mega Boss, yeah. And then Bruets. What are we at? 3-4-3. High armor. Got brute weapons, good against infantry. 1 and 5 have a gore chopper. You call that a punch. Once per turn army reaction, opponent declared an attack ability that targeted this unit. For the rest of the turn, add 1 to hit rolls and wound rolls for this unit's combat attacks to target that enemy. So if you don't get killed, you swing back harder, which means it kind of makes up for casualties you incur. And I know their previous ability was something like it makes your control score bad or something if you're infantry, something like that. Which isn't worthless, but I'm going to say it's worthless because it kind of is. And this thing just does something instead of nothing. So if you like brutes, this feels like an upgrade. So when round 5 starts, your Mega Boss has weapon damage 10. If he killed something every single turn. If this move 4 guy killed something turn 1. But yeah. Okay. So it looks like this is good because Brute's got an upgrade in a scroll and they needed one. Your 3 mount traits are good, which is amazing. But also, you know, you kind of had these before, right? And they were better. And the Mega Boss got a fun reading ability that you would never use. Can you double Mighty Destroyers with a normal Mega Boss? Do people take the normal Mega Boss? They used to have WoW, but now all your bosses can kind of do that. Anyway, Horn of Hashish is cool for pigs. Your mount traits are all good. And you got a Brute War Scroll. And so whether or not this Mega Boss is worth anything or not is kind of whatever. It seems like they reached into the history of Ironjaw's rules and gave you back some of the ones you used to have, which is good. Ironjaw's surprising W. Is it going to move the needle? I don't know, but surprising W. All right, Scourge of Aqshy, Ogre Maw Tribes. So we got Artifacts of Power Alternative, Plunder of the Maw Tribes. A choice cut. This unit cannot use run abilities. We're starting strong. We're starting strong. Okay, so we can't run. By the way, I just want to let everybody know that run and charge is a central mechanic of Gutbusters. That the way you build a Gutbuster army is by taking a butcher that gives auto run and charge to everyone around him. So we're paying a cost for this already. Ignore the first damage point that would be allocated to each friendly ogre infantry unit each phase while they're wholly within 12 of and visible to this unit. The first singular point of damage. So now I know the battle tome's about to come up and change things, but right now, if you give a choice cut to an ogre butcher, you have 100% removed the reason you would play him at all, which is to give run and charge. It's not 100% because he also casts spells. This is like impossibly bad. Ignore the first damage point each phase, by the way, that mechanic. That's a terrible it's a worthless buff. I know in your head, but what if they do a hero phase damage and then shooting phase damage and then impact hit damage and then combat damage? You just saved 4. Cool. You're dead. It's so bad. And you can't run, so all your run and charge is turned off. Okay, so this is fantastically bad. For a flosh, it seems decent. I disagree, because we do have a run and charge prayer, which we try to get off. And secondly, we already ignore the first point of damage that would be allocated. I wonder if they stack or not. Even if they do stack, it doesn't matter. Because the way my Frost Lords die is by taking 25 damage and then saying, well, actually it's 24, and then removing it from the table. This shit is terrible. They're just setting me up. They're just like this. This is just funny. They're working the crowd with a cut choice, and we're going to get to the good ones after this. Actually, kid, it's 24. Rusty Grater. Each time this unit uses the Eruption of Fury ability, after that ability has been resolved, heal D3. No. In the olden days, this would be good because your Frost Lord is a bona fide anvil, and healing an anvil is potentially strong, but your monsters are very fragile now, so I don't expect them really to live until the end of turn, and the heal is just whatever. No, don't like it. You have to like actually use Eruption of Fury as well. Deployment phase, key to the Larda. Pick a friendly ogre infantry unit to be on the battlefield to be the target. So you can just choose any of them. That's cool. Has to be infantry, no beast claw allowed. For the rest of the battle, ignore negative modifiers to hit rolls and wound rolls for the target's combat attacks while they are wholly within 12 and visible. Okay, this is amazing. This is actually really good. You give this to one of your butchers that's going to always be surrounded by Iron Guts anyway for run and charge. And now they're hitting on 4s. Can't be turned into hitting on 5s, which makes them do 0 damage. So actually, this is kind of good. Yeah, I would take this easily, especially because ogre artifacts aren't really good anyway. Key to the Larder. Very good for the current way that Gutbuster plays that is almost certainly changing when the Battle Tome comes out. We found the good one. This one is bad because it is weak and because the monsters are weak and fragile. And this one is bad just because, like, I don't know, this actually reads like ChatGPT wrote it. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. All right, monsters traits. This is hype. We love monsters traits. Look, the one good artifact is more than 0. Positive streamer over here. Extremely obstinate. Control characteristic 15. Bro, I don't give a fuck. Thanks. Anyway, thanks for the $5. Extremely obstinate Baloth. Horn TOS. Pick an enemy unit that has no more than 1 model that is in combat with this unit and that has charged this turn to be the target. Oh, shit. So, just easy every turn. On a Tuesday. Enemy unit, no more than 1 model, in combat, and has charged this turn. This shit better say you win the game. If you're going to get that specific. Remove the target from the battlefield and set it up within 1 of this unit. But they're already within one of that unit. Well, no, they're in combat. Then roll a d3 on a 2-up. All of these requirements here, that wasn't enough to get damage. You still have to roll for it. You jumped through 7 flaming hoops, but you need more. Otherwise, this ability would be way too strong. Inflict an amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. I kind of want to frame this. Horn toss. I kind of want to frame this a bit. I'm going to print this out and frame it on my wall. This whole thing is like, this is what's wrong with the world. Yeah, it's a suplex. I see what they're going for. But you could totally pick them up and then put them back down off of the objective, right? It's at the beginning of combat. They're going to pile in and get back on the objective most of the time. Even if you are in the situation where all of these things are true and they were on an objective and you had room to put it, there's still like half the time going to get back on that thing. Unbelievable. I just hope this isn't the person who wrote the battle tome. This is just somebody typing words. And then Grumpy Alpha. That's me. But you caused this. You. I'm pointing at the camera. You can't see me because of the ogre. You guys, GW, you made me like this. I'm the Grumpy Alpha now. If this unit is in combat, pick another visible friendly ogre monster wholly within 12 of this unit and not in combat to be the target. I'd rather not have to have the monsters next to each other and do the buddy system because you want to spread out more, but I guess they're weak enough now that you sort of have to. Enemy charge phase. And 2 of your monsters are right next to each other. And not in combat. Wholly within Big Base Stonehorns is pretty close to each other, by the way. Well, not that bad. You also have to spend a rage dice, and your opponent's fury might go up. So we're giving our opponents resources and spending ours. Then roll a die. Target can move a distance in inches up to the roll. It can end the move in combat. If it does so, the target has charged, which probably means you get the impact hits, I think. So this is sort of like countercharge. And it's sort of like, you know, your D6 shuffler move. It's like halfway in between each of them. You gotta have 2 ogre monster. You have to have 2 like Stonehorns wholly within 12 right next to each other. I'm ignoring like the end the move in combat thing because you're only moving a D6. Like, you're probably not right next to anything. And that unit can't be in combat, which is the one thing I was thinking of. The one thing I was thinking of having this be good would be if you were already in combat and you wanted to turn back on, like let them charge in combat so you could get impact hits again, but you specifically can't do that. I mean, they've given me 3 mount traits, and I actually don't want to take any of them. By giving your opponent a bonus, and then you roll a die. And you get a D6 move. in the enemy charge phase. I might just take the control characteristic, even though that doesn't matter either. Or Horn Toss, even though it'll never come up. Because at least... Well, no, it's just... all of these things could happen. And then you pass the... It's at least damage. The same person made the Ironjaw's monstrous traits and ours. That's not true. It was different people. I can't believe how bad and not fun these are. 5 out of 6 of them. This one's good for Gutbusters. It's very good for Gutbusters. This is shockingly bad. From like a professional standpoint, for like designing rules for a game. Anyway, here's Huskguard on Thundertusk. 10, 14, 4, 10. Kind of fragile, but it's a decent amount of wounds. 14. Priest 1. No ward. Ice Blast. Pretty short range compared to how it was before. 1 attack, 4s and 2s, rend 1, damage D3 plus 2. Okay. I mean, having to roll on the stupid table with a bunch of dice was dumb, so I appreciate them changing that to something that I can just fail one roll of, you know, and then move on with my life. And then you get Chain Trap, a Harpoon, or a Blood Vulture. So the Chain Trap is 12, 1, 4, 3, 1, 3. Anti-Monster, 1 Rend. Harpoon Launcher is 18, 1, 4, 3, 1, D3. Which I would take every time over the Chain Trap because it has a proper range at least. And then the Long Distance Blood Vulture, which used to be the whole table and did 1 mortal wound, and that was cool, is now 1, 2s and 3s, 0, 1, which is just nothing. So these are looking kind of unchanged. You take the Harpoon Launcher for sure. $40 attacks, all different profiles. No, you have to pick one of those. You have to pick one of these 3. So it's 2 attacks, actually. It's Ice Blast and the Harpoon Launcher. And then we still have punches and kicks. The gods are laughing. And they still do 1 damage despite being an ogre. I'm mad. 3 attacks, 4s and 2s, 0, 1. And then your Colossal Tusks are still 3 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1, 5. Anti-infant. Okay, so this whole thing is the same, basically. Yeah, 5 damage is really cool, but it's 3 attacks that hit on 4s. You miss all 3 extremely commonly. And you're not even that unlucky to do so. This guy is not meant for fighting. He's not exactly a fighter. GW doesn't change the weapon profiles in these. That's why Anointed Sentinels change their job, but still have anti-cav. Okay. Good to know. And battle damaged. Is Colossal Tusk attacks go down to 2? Why bother? Once per turn army, start of any turn, Everwinter's Ire. That's what I'm feeling right now. Well, your opponent's Fury level is equal to or up to 2 levels below your Fury level. Add 1 to the chanting rolls for this unit. Well, your opponent's Fury level is 3 or more levels below your Fury level. Add 2 to chanting rolls. Okay. So you will probably get +1 on turn 1. Once per turn army, end of your turn. Our prayers aren't good enough to care about this, I don't think. Cool tempers. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying to have a cool temper, but you keep typing words. If this unit is wholly outside friendly territory and not in combat, your opponent must reduce their fear level by 1. End of your turn. So if you take 6 of these guys, you could starve your opponent. No, wait. Once per turn army. Never mind. Sorry. I was trying to, like, invent a way to have fun with this, but I forgot there's once per turn army. Also, it's a rampage. This is dog shit. And then Frost Lord on Thunder Tusk. 15, 10, 4. 4 is kind of rough. Also has Ice Blast, of course. Frost Spear, which is 4 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2, 2, 3 on the charge. And Colossal Tusks, 3 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1, 5. Snowplow. Oh, he's Mr. Plow. Once per turn, he's Mr. Plow. This unit can use charge abilities this turn, even if it is in combat. They did it. They did it. They let it happen. For the first time ever, they printed those words. In Ogres. If the charge roll is 2 or less when it does so, it does not count as having charged. Wait a minute. I have a very important question. Are the impact hits some kind of bullshit 4th edition thing where you can't do impact hits on the same guy twice in the same turn? You can tell me if so. Because can I charge this guy in, do impact hits, and then use Snowplow and do impact hits a second time? Or is there some, like, core rule somewhere that's like, you can't use the same named thing twice in the same phase? I might have to... Do I even have the Battle Tome on my computer? You think that would be the only point in doing it? Well, no. If someone was trapped in combat, you could cause them to... That won't work. It's a rampage, so you should be able to. Can you only use 1 rampage a turn, or can you use 2 rampages if you have to? Trembling Charge. At the first opportunity in Ogre... Okay, declare. Pick a friendly Ogre or Rhinox that charge this turn that uses ability, then pick a visible enemy within 1. Roll D3, add 2 to it if it's a monster. On 2 up, inflict them out. Charged this turn. But you can only use Trampling Charge on any one per phase. Okay, okay. So this ability does cause them to charge. Wait, no it doesn't. Hold on. This unit can use charge abilities this turn even if it is in combat. If the charge roll is 2 or less It doesn't count as having charged. So if you succeed at your charge, you have charged. So that counts. It just can't do it twice. Like if he is already stuck in combat from a previous turn, you can snowplow to then trampling charge. But if you charge in and do mortals, you can't snowplow right afterwards. And we always have to keep in mind that because of his combat profile, he's not exactly a big damage unit. Reaction. You declared the Eruption of Fury ability for this unit. For each unmodified hit roll of 6, inflict an additional 3 mortal damage on each enemy unit in combat with this unit instead of D3. For each unmodified hit roll of 1, allocate 1 mortal damage instead of D3. Okay, so we're working on the eruption thing. And the enemy that you're in combat with will definitely be still alive. Because you're going to hit with 2 of these and 0 of these. And they're going to take 6, and that's going to hurt, but yeah. No, I don't think so. Yeah, we read Eruption of Fury before. All right. Yeah, this is really bad. I should lower my expectations for the battle tome, I guess. Hey, for Gutbusters, Key to the Larder is really good, I think. Yes, it's a silver bullet, but your artifact selections are not good anyway. And so many armies have -1 they hit, and it hurts you so bad that I think this silver bullet is worth taking, the way you currently build the army anyway. This other stuff is like, I think they wrote all this to hurt me personally, hurt my emotions. And these 2 war scrolls are bad. Cool. I love it. I love AoS. Okay. Gloomspite Gets. Any Gloomspite Gets players want to sound off about these? I think we can't get worse than that. So I think we've bottomed out, and the stream can now become positive moving forward. Because I don't believe we'll ever get worse than that page I was reading there. So that's good for everybody else. Special knickknacks. Once per battle, any hero phase. Fia's Cap. This unit can use a summon spell ability from the manifestation lore you picked as if it was a wizard instead of making a casting roll. It's just 12. Can't be unbound. Then if this unit is not Moon Clan, roll a die on a 1 to 4. 1 model in the unit is automatically slain. Funny. I don't know that you want to do that though. Are your endless spells that good? I suppose you get this thing. This thing is actually free, right? It's truly free. Spoof Shrooms. Roll a die if this unit is Get Mob. D3 plus 3 instead. It can move a distance in inches up to the roll. It can move through combat ranges. Oh. End of turn D3 move isn't a huge thing. It's very small, but it's something. That's cool. Remember, for free. Most of these cost points, actually. Oh, that's right. They did that. No, all right. I'm not paying points for these. Wait, do the ogre ones cost points? Hold up. I have to know. I have to know if please. I just want to know if those mount traits cost points. Okay. The mount traits cost 10 points. I thought they were free, and I was really considering not taking any. They thought that's worth points. Incredible. Okay, I just wanted to see. Dude, if I'm 1990, I'm not taking one. Like, literally. It's not worth 10 points. If it gave me points, maybe. Hey, it's good. Sometimes you rise out of your hibernation, and then you realize why you entered it in the first place. No, I will not. All right. Anyway, glitzy, blitzy, blibba. Oh wow! Start of any turn. Spend 1 rage dice. If your opponent's furry level is lower than yours, you give them that. If this unit is a non-troglodoth, add 1 to wound rolls for its attacks. Hey, that's a buff. It does cost something, and then it costs something after that. But that's +1 to wound. Unless these cost, do these cost points too? These things? If this is a Trogoth, pick 1. Damage. Okay, so you undo the rolling a die for your damage characteristic. Yeah, this is great. Changing a d6 to 6 is so much. That's so much. You know a d6 is 2 when you're rolling it. When your opponent rolls it, obviously it's 5 damage. But like, damn. Okay. Yeah, this shit's great. And you're already playing Trogoths because they're good. Cool. Unfortunately, you have to spend stupid resource and give your opponent resource, which is a huge downside, I think. But they can farm enough of that anyway. Maybe everyone's just farming this shit and giving your opponent fury doesn't matter because everyone's always at cap. I don't know. You'd have to see how this whole thing shakes out. But this is monumentally huge. You missed it? Was it that bad? It was actually worse than you could possibly imagine. I dare you. Try to write a rule for an artifact in ogres or a monster trait. And like try to make it really bad on purpose, but still realistic. Like not just you lose the game, but just try to make a really bad one. And I think you'll find that the ones that they did are actually worse. Like, write one as a joke. Anyway, Lore of the Little Wag. Itchy Nuisance is back. -1 from wound rolls while they're contesting target objective. Oh, it's an objective, huh? Pick an objective with an 18. Very interesting spell. You don't even have to target your opponent. You just trap the objective. That's cool. And it's unlimited. This is good. I don't know what your other spell lore does. But this is interesting. This is an interesting spell. Loonshrine Glow on a 7. For the rest of the turn, if a friendly Bad Moon Loonshrine uses the Moon Clan Layers ability, you can set up the replacement unit wholly within 6 of this unit instead of wholly within 12 of the Loonshrine. I thought your heroes could just do that. Did they take that away? I thought you could set it up around a hero, like how summoning works. I must be misremembering. Puff balloons. Pick a friendly Gloomspite gets wizard. Then a visible friendly Gloomspite gets unit wholly within 12. Until the start of your next turn, each time an ability inflicts damage on that target. After the ability is resolved, the target can move 3. Hey, Ironjaws used to do this in the shooting phase. It can move through the combat ranges of any units, but can only end the move in combat if it was not... Okay, it does not have to end the move in combat. This is like kind of neat. Float him out of combat. No retreat debuff, kind of cool. Again, not familiar with the normal spell lore any longer. But Itchy Nuisance is very interesting. Puff Balloons is funny. And this thing, I thought you could already do it, but maybe you can't. The other lore has a Control the Moon spell as the unlimited. Oh. Well, then maybe you just want Itchy Nuisance. Other spell lore has an annoying dog shit unlimited spell where you make a spell roll to roll a die to maybe do nothing or move the moon forward. So this is all under, yeah, good shit. Yeah, I like Itchy. So this might be a Gloomspite gets W. This thing kind of cool too. Maybe it's Timmy, but random damage sucks, and putting it to max is kind of cool. And the tiny little move is maybe okay. And we got 2 new War Scrolls. Fellwater Trogs and Sunstilo Wheela. 5/6/5. Fellwater Trogs. These are the ones that have the vomit and don't have the ward. Range 6, D3 attacks, 2/3/2/1. Very, very, very short range. But it can shoot in combat, I guess. Spiked Club regenerates. Bleh. Once per turn, army, any combat phase, gut-wrenching stench. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit. Roll die, you can spend up to 3 rage. If you do, add X to the roll, X is another rage. If your opponent's fury is lower, they get it. Then on a 5-up, the target has strike last for the rest of the turn. Pictured below, HeyWoah reading the Ogre's SOA PDF. Interestingly enough, this is how they wrote it as well. So you do have to interact with rage. You have to spend a lot of it. It's on a single roll for strike. I don't think you want to do that. I think you just want to take good units instead. But again, I don't play this army. 2-up strike last is not nothing. Right. It's not really 2-up strike last. It's spend resource, give your opponent resource, 2-up strike last. Maybe I'm being too terrified of giving my opponent stuff and spending this. You're supposed to interact with these mechanics after all. And then the Sunstilo Wheelas, 6/12/4. He's got a Grot Bow, which is one of the worst ranged weapons I've ever seen in my life. At least the range is 15. That's cool. And then Wheela Slices and Stabbin' Sticklas. 4 attacks, 4s and 4s, nil 1, so that's 0. Snarl Fangs, Frothing Jaws. 6 attacks, 4s and 3s, 0-2. Not exactly a fighter. How many of the Sunstealer Wheelas do you get in a squad? Is it 3, I'd imagine? That Fellwater versus -1 to save and ignore positive save modifiers if a shooting attack does damage. Oh. Then I'm choosing that one. I mean, it is 6 inches, ranged weapon in combat. You almost certainly can't use it on a turn you're trying to make use of it right away. It's got to survive. So I don't know. Anyway. It's 2. Interesting. Okay. So 2 6 health, 12 move guys with 4 up saves. What is this? Mournfang, except faster? With really, really bad attacks. The Snarlfang is okay if you don't want any rend. Slice and Soar. Can only use this ability if it charged this turn. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this to be the target. Roll die for each model in the target unit. If there are 2 models in this unit, add a 1 to each roll. If there are 3 or more models in this unit, i.e. you have reinforced it, add 2 to each roll, and then for each 6 up, inflict 1 mortal. So you have you got a little horde splitter. I don't know how common hordes are in the modern game. Probably a decent amount of them. Then you can spend 1 rage dice. If you do, roll 2d6, and it can move a distance. And it can move... Okay, so they get the old Frostlord ability, except 2d6 instead of 3d6. If your opponent's fear level is lower, then they get a thing. It's a war machine. And it has a unit champion. Do you take this because you can do a horde hurting impact hit? Wait a minute. I read this too quickly. You cannot end the move in the combat. I thought it was going to say out of combat. It's the opposite. Now, I did just make fun of their shitty attacks. But you do give up your combat attacks entirely in order to do these mortals. And you do give them fury. What I'll say is this. I hope Gloomspite doesn't feel like it needs to play these 2 War Scrolls, because I don't think they're that good. But your spell lore is cool. Itchy Nuisance is a very interesting ability. Puff Balloons, I suppose, also. And Glitzy Blitzy is kind of cool for Troggoths. Again, I don't know what your... No, wait, these are just knickknacks. You get these for free. Unless they're not free. Are they not free? Any Gets Nowheres? Let's see. They are not free. 10 points for the knickknacks. I would probably take them. If you're not exactly at 2,000 all the time. Mount trade for Ogre once a battle round army. On a charge roll, a D3, you get that many inches of extra movement next turn, and on a 3, the unit charge gets fight last. On a 1, they get fight first. Alright, well, let's read your competition. I know we already went over this, but So you chose a mount trait and not an artifact. That was wise because the artifacts are actually worse than the mount traits. What about a control characteristic of 15 instead of 10? Or let's do Horn Toss, okay? Pick an enemy unit that has no more than one model that is in combat with this unit and that has charged this turn to be the target. Now, make sure to check all those boxes. Remove the target from the battlefield and set it up again within one of this unit. So just move it. Then roll a bad D3, and on a 1, nothing happens, and on a 2-up, it takes that much mortal damage. I'll take yours. I will take yours that you wrote. Because it's a 33% chance of them fighting last. And it's the same for me. But that's something you might risk at some time. You might have to risk it. Anyway, gets minor W here. You love to see it. Night Haunt. Warhammer crew called the D3 on a 2-up plague before he dropped and immediately dubbed it the shite rolls. Yeah. Somebody else had no offense to Poorhammer, but somebody else had a better zinger. And it was the shitty 3. As in, like, shitty, except by putting some D's in there, shitty 3, but also shit D3, and I felt like it was a little better pun. Yeah, tree shitty. Yeah, your problem, Seth Ferguson, is that you thought that they should do something. That was where you went wrong. But also, I told you to make one that wasn't just like you lose the game, you know? So you were operating under some constraints. Night Haunt. What does Night Haunt need? Any Night Haunt players? Once per battle, your movement phase. Tome of the Restless Crypts. If there are fewer than 3 friendly Nexi of Grief, set up another one. Within 3 of a friendly Night Hunt unit, more than 3 from all objectives, and more than 1 from all other terrain features, and more than 12 from all other friendly Nexus of Grief. Now, I don't know what Nexus of Grief does. So, if it's good, then this is good. Ethereal Fetters. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target for the rest of the turn, if possible. This unit must be picked to be the target of pile-in moves made by the target. Okay, so this is like a tempo-y, sneaky, tricky. You have the sacrificial unit, and you force your opponent to pile towards that instead of the thing that you want, or that they want to kill, maybe. Which requires some setup, but it's sort of like you could, yeah, but it's an artifact. I was thinking like you could do that with a chaff unit or something, but it does have to be on a hero. You could set up a kind of an elaborate situation that would make it annoying for your opponent. But I guess I'm looking for something, pun intended, a little more substantial. Big Urn of Despondency. Spend up to 3 rage dice. If your opponent's fury level is lower than yours, they get, okay. Then roll XD6, where X is the number of rage dice spent. The unit can move a distance in inches up to the roll, but must end it in combat with a damaged enemy unit and or an enemy unit that has fewer models than its starting size. At the start of combat, you get to shimmy to like kind of screw with their pylons maybe or something like that. These are all like minor, and they seem to be like meant to annoy your opponent and not necessarily like help you that much. Which from the Night Haunt person who was talking to me yesterday sounds like what Night Haunt does, I guess. It allowed for more teleporting around the table for the Nexus. Well, then that's probably the one you take unless you already have an artifact that's good in your main book. Crimes of the Condemned. Yeah, no, I read the Ogre section already. Unique enhancements you just put on a non-hero Night Haunt infantry or cav. Vociferous Defamers. Add 1 to the casting rolls for friendly Night Haunt wizards while they are wholly within 12 of and visible to this unit. Add 2 to casting rolls instead if this unit is also in combat with an enemy wizard or priest. Good luck. I mean, +1 to cast is just good, right? On your bodyguard unit around your spellcaster hero, if you have a good spellcaster hero, like this is just good. Backstabbing Betrayers. Add 1 tax characteristic of this unit's melee weapons while it's more than 12 from all other friendly Night Haunt units. Not actually that hard to do. And you want a high attack on your hammer unit that fucks off and tries to kill something way over there, right? So this is actually kind of great. Except I don't think you have a hammer unit that wants to fuck off and just kill something, because nothing in your army does 2 damage. But again, this is good if you had different war scrolls in your army. Reaction, you declared a fight ability for this unit, Cowards and Deserters. After the fight ability has been resolved, roll a die, and you can spend a rage die. If you do, add 1 to the roll. If your opponent's fear level is lower, they get 1. On a 3-up, this unit can move a distance, but it can't end the move in... Okay, so free retreat right after you fight. This is strong. Again, this is a strong ability that serves to annoy, but this is good. Okay, hey, that's not bad. These artifacts I'm not sure about, but +1 to cast is great. +1 attacks is great. And fuck off out of combat right after you swung at them. So they quite possibly just don't get the swing back. These are all good. These are good crimes. These are good crimes that they're committing here. Potentially. All of these crimes would be much better if they had good war scrolls, which they maybe don't, but all Night Hunt rules seem designed with the idea that once they connect with something, they murder it. But, like, you think they think the ghosts hit hard, but they don't. Okay. And then we get a Black Coach and Spirit Hosts. 12, 10, 5. Extremely fragile. Okay. It's got a 5-up board, I guess. It's got a 5-up board. Wraith's Spectral Weapons. Charge 1 dam, crit auto wound. 5-3-3-2-2. And Black Coach's Iron Shod Wheels. Crit auto wound companion. 8-4-3-2-2. Okay. Middling, but a lot of like random bonuses, I suppose. And all of them are kind of about consistency. Spectral Attendants. Once per turn, army any hero. Pick one of the following to apply for the rest of the turn. Noble Blade. This unit's melee weapons, including companion, have crit mortal instead of crit auto wound. Well, I like that. That one's good. Stop the count. Each time a friendly Night Hunt unit within 12 of this uses a rally, you get more rally points. Meh. Tome of Undead Lore. This unit is just a wizard. Oh, that's actually good. Yeah. Hey, I like Crypt Mortal, and wizards are good. I wonder what the normal Black Coach does. Once per turn army, any hero phase, one stop, no return. Pick an objective you do not control to be the target. Just anywhere. For the rest of the turn, while enemy units are contesting the target objective, attacks made by those units can't score crits. But only while this unit is also contesting it. Okay. Spectral Carriage. For the rest of the battle, add 1 in the number of dice rolled. Making charge rolls for this unit, max of 3. Oh, that's good. Also would fly. So this is a 3d6 charging crit mortal 13 attack thing. With a funny objective rule that's kind of whatever. Like, seems kind of fun, you know? I don't know what the normal one does, but that seems fun. It's like you turn it into a missile. And then Spirit Hosts, these old guys, 3865, Spectral Claws and Daggers. You used to be fishing for mortals with this, and so they were kind of okay. And now you're fishing for auto wounds, and so it is really bad. Once per turn army, any combat phase, terrifying Spectres. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the enemy target. Then you can pick a friendly Night Haunt hero in combat with the enemy target to be the friendly target. So all of it has to be in combat. With all of it. You can then spend a rage die. Apply the effect below. If your opponent's fury, they get fury. Otherwise, roll a die. So you spend something first, and then it can still fail, which I don't like. For the rest of the turn, -1 for hit rolls for attacks made by the enemy target that do not target this unit. Ignore positive modifiers to hit rolls for the enemy attacks, and if you picked a friendly target, add 1 damage. But it is a hero. It has to be a hero. Oh, if you spend the die, you don't roll. I see. Apply the effect below. Otherwise, roll a die. So you can spend a die to make sure the thing doesn't fail. Got it. Is it worth buying an entire unit to give your hero that is also in combat +1 damage or something? Or like turn off all out attack or something like that? I don't know. This thing like truly doesn't do anything either except for this ability here. I don't know. I don't know enough about Night Haunt. Artifacts seem bad. All 3 of these abilities seem actually pretty good for the crimes. And the Black Coach looks fun. I don't know if it's good, but it looks fun. Spirit Host whole thing is being got bodyguards. Does a normal Spirit Host perform bodyguard duties, or is this one just getting back the stuff that he used to have? It's kind of like, yeah, I don't know. It's a mixed bag, but it's not all bad. Show me the Guava Lords. You haven't checked the most current rules, you admit, but they used to just absorb damage for a hero. Well, I like that. I would rather have that than that gigantic paragraph of stuff. But one of those things was +1 damage. That could be cool. Or some penalty for your opponent. The Cursed Bloodlines, heroic traits. Each phase you can reroll 1 hit roll, 1 wound roll, and 1 save roll for this unit. I actually don't like these abilities that they make. I tend not to like them. They've written this a few times here and there, and I don't think I like them. Furious Endings. Each time a manifestation within 12 of this unit is removed, gain 1 rage die. Silver Bullet sideboard card. Eternal Thrall. Pick another friendly, non-unique Soulblight Gravelord's infantry hero. For the rest of the battle, while this target is on the battlefield. If this unit is a Necromancer, add 1 to this unit's power level. If this unit is a Vampire, add 1 to unbinding rolls. If it's a Death Rattle, ignore the first damage point. Okay. If your spells are good and you have a Necromancer, maybe you do that. I don't know. Surely your heroic traits are better than all 3 of these. I should hope. Origins of Terrifying Folktales. Oh, that's a nice long one. Unique enhancements that can be given to non-hero SBGLs. The unit can only have 1 origin. The Empty Graveyard. Remove this unit from the battlefield and set it up again more than 9. Wholly within 7 of a terrain feature, wholly within 7 of the battlefield edge. Cannot use move in the first turn. I mean, maybe. A full redeploy on 1 guy is kind of cool. Even though it has a lot of restrictions. The Never Dead hero phase. Spend 1 rage die. Give your opponent some stuff. For the rest of the turn, each time you make an unmodified save roll of 5 up, and for an attack that targets this unit, the attack fails. And the attack sequence ends. Unmodified save of 5, the attack just fails. Okay, so this is like if you're fighting somebody with Rend 10, I guess. Because mortal wounds happen before its save, so it doesn't stop those. This is like kind of like just saying you're immune to Rend as long as you roll a 5 up, right? Or maybe you're immune. It depends on their initial armor, I guess. But yeah. Is this... Oh, invulnerable 5? So that's... From 40k, is that what a invulnerable save is? You ignore... Well, not that you ignore Rend, but... If you roll high, you get to ignore Rend. In other words. Okay. The Incarnadine Killers. If these units are non-combat and an enemy unit was destroyed by its attacks this turn, you can move d6, and you can end the move in combat. Okay. If you have 1, and you super 1, you can then move. That's cool, maybe. Has to be infantry, though. But... Look, if you win a fight, I like movement. Just a little bit. Your guys are kind of slow. I guess you like charge your cavalry in and blow them up and then just move d6 afterwards. That's kind of nice. Getting towards the next place you're going. Free teleport I like, I think, the most. Even though it has a million restrictions. Invulnerable save is cool. Put it on your thing you don't want to die, I guess. Revenant of Drag... Okay, it's the really cool looking guy. He's getting a new war scroll. I don't know what the normal one is. 16, 12, 5, 6 up. Damn, I didn't know this thing was so fragile. 5 up, 6 up. I don't like that. Just fucking kill it. Pestilential Miasma. 10, 5, 3, 3, 1, 2. Shoot in combat. Oh, I forgot to check. I didn't even think about this. Can we shoot in combat now with our ice blast that just comes out of the thing's mouth? No. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Draconic Mar. 3 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2, 3. And the claws 7, 4, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Brimming with Rancor. Once per turn army, enemy hero phase. Pick a visible enemy unit to be the target for the rest of the turn. The target cannot end moves made as part of a non-charge move within X of this, where X is your current fury. But you don't have to actually spend any. So if you're on 7 gaming, then they at least have to make a 7 to charge you, I guess. But if you're not like blasting your fury level, if it's like 3 or something, this doesn't do anything. Yeah, I guess you do get to redeploy. So that's, yeah, you do get to redeploy. That's something. It prevents Mighty Destroyer moves. Okay, yeah, that class of move. Exactly. 3. Once per turn army, any combat phase. Volatile Anus. Spend 1 rage die, and then your opponent gets stuff. Retaliatory Posture on the can. Ignore positive modifiers to hit rolls and wound rolls for attacks made by enemy units while they're in combat with this unit. So debuff them in the truest sense, as in they don't get buffs, but it doesn't actually penalize them if they don't. Add 1 to save rolls for this unit. Okay, which brings it up to an okay save for a monster. Add 1 to hit rolls for this unit's attacks, which brings its attacks up to good. Including companion. I would hope so. It only has companion abilities. What's the downside? So this thing, yeah, like I would like to take this retaliatory posture paragraph here and apply it to the base war scroll so this thing is good instead of not good. Unrelenting ferocity. This is the other thing you could pick. Ignore negative modifiers to hit rolls and wound rolls for this unit's attacks. Add 1 to the random damage of its companion melee weapons. Okay. So these were the 2 ideas they were thinking of to make this war scroll good. And they just couldn't decide, so they let you pick. Like, they let you pick. Yeah, which one do you want? It's artillery monster. Why could it breathe and swing head at the same time? Can you chew gum and walk like a genius or something? Well, maybe we're asking too much. You're right. I should expect less. Keep in mind this costs as much as 7 Blood Knights. Oh, God. I read this thing and I'm like, what do you think this thing should cost? I don't know, 230. It could fuck shit up if nobody ever attacks it, you know? $160. Look, all you have to do, you spend a rage die and it fixes its own war scroll, you know? It's like a fixer-upper, but it writes the notes for you. This gets one-rounded by like 5 Chaos Knights? Yeah, of course. It's made out of tissue paper. But you know, it's got some decent attacks if you fix them by spending a rage point. And those Blood Knights can't possibly charge it unless they just, you know, stop like 5 inches away and charge it. Joke's on you. Vengorian Lurad. 11-10-4. Alright, this guy. He's got the Nightmare Sabra and the Gore-Drenched Talons. Nightmare's Miasma. Subtract 1 from the range characteristic of melee weapons used by enemy units while they're in combat with this unit. Good defense. 11-4 is pretty, you know, it's not the best, but Indignant Outburst. That was me when I was reading Ogres. If this unit is in combat, gain a rage die. Oh, we're farming. We're farming rage. Once per turn army. Frenzied Surge. You can pick another visible friendly non-hero Soulblight Gravelords, infantry, or monster wholly within 12. Ah, it used to be only monster. And they realized that wasn't good because they forgot to make the monsters good. So what? You can target infantry as well. This unit and the target, if any, can move up to XD3, where X is your fury level. They can move through enemy models and the combat ranges of enemy units as well. If you picked a target, after moving, this unit and the target must be in combat with the same enemy unit. Wait, they must... Oh, they have to end in combat. It's bad. Alright, cool. So Vengorian Lords... This ability was reading like really good, and then I noticed that you had to end it in combat. And it happens in the combat phase, I guess. There's that part too. It farms rage, I suppose. Is this a swing and a miss, or am I misremembering? Am I remembering some, or forgetting some cool thing? These origins are neat, I guess. Hey, alright. L. Soulblight Gravelords L. Flesh Eater Quartz. Fool's Cap. Pick a visible enemy unit within 12. Kind of short range. Spend 1 rage die. If your opponent's fury level is lower, they get some. Then for the rest of the turn, add 1 to charge rolls for the target. Am I reading this right? Pick a visible enemy. The enemy is the target. You are giving them +1 to charge. Okay. Each time it uses a charge, if possible, it must end the charge within... Okay, so you are... What's that? There's this... So there's some elf card in Magic that, like, taunts your opponent's creatures and forces them to attack. So you're like, this is taunt. You're making World of Warcraft taunt, kind of. While the target is in combat with this unit, subtract 1 from hit rolls for the target's combat attacks. Okay. Yeah, Taunting Elf, that was it. From, like, Onslaught or something like that. I don't know if this is that kind of game. Or who you'd put this on in FEC. But hey, alright. Flayed Flags. Pick an objective you do not control with an 18. Till the start of your next turn when resolving the damage sequence for enemy units contesting the target objective, your opponent cannot spend rage dice as part of the Fight Through Pain ability. Okay. So we're shutting off the season mechanic. This is the kind of like anti-season mechanic ability that I wonder how common Fight Through Pain will be. Are we just fucking doing it every time? Maybe. Are you taking a artifact just in case? Has to be you don't control. I think no. I think big no. But who knows? Ring of Nightmarish Visions. Enemy in combat with it. Roll number of dice equal to your fury level. Add 1 to each roll if this unit charged. For each 4-up, inflict a... Okay. So, like, this is the longest way of saying, like, a D3. According to Vince, yes to fight through pain, no to eruption. I'm going to be honest, that's how I read it. But, yeah. I don't know. These are not good, I don't think. Like, maybe this one, but I don't know how many out-of-position heroes you're going to try to use as a taunter. It could be fun. Like, it's interesting, at least. Hopefully your artifacts are better than these. Noble Pursuits. You just give these to guys for free, but not free, because things cost points now, even though they should not. If this unit is a Knight, pick a friendly Serf, wholly within 12. If it's a Serf, pick a friendly Knight. Okay, so you got to have your Knights and Serfs next to each other. Rest of the battle, add 1 to save rolls for this unit and the target unit, whether within 3 of and visible. Okay, so duct tape 2 of your units together and their armor save is fixed. Cool. Good. Defenders of Chivalry. Well, your Fury level is absolutely maximum. Add 1 to Rend for this unit's melee weapons. Alright, we're Fury maxing. A loyal Squeerez. Pick a friendly unit in combat with a friendly Vargulf Courtier. So we gotta have that guy. Add 2 to charge rolls. Wait, pick an enemy unit in combat with a Vargulf. For the rest of the phase, add 2 to charge roll for this unit, but not the target. If this unit has uses a charge, it must end the charge. So basically, you're in combat with your courtier somewhere, and then your knights get a bonus to charge in and save him. Or you charge with him first, and then your guys make it in so that you can do the thing. This is essentially like helping you. You know that really awkward positioning thing that happens all the time in the game? Where it's like if both the foot hero with move 5 and the unit are in the same exact combat and within 3 of each other, you can do a thing, which means you have to make 2 kind of annoying charge rolls. This is sort of like helping that happen, sort of. Oh, Vince swooping in here. My statement was, Eruption is swingy and unreliable, which is how I read it. Fight through pain is good. It does just work. It lowers your Fury level, which as I read all this stuff, I don't think I care what my Fury level is besides to spend it on Fight Through the Pain. Because it just works, reduce damage at the last possible moment sounds good. And I don't know if I'm too keen on giving my opponents Fury all the time by spending Rage to do something random, when I could rather starve them instead. But, you know, it's something I gotta play with to really know. Royal Decapitator. 5/6/5. Headsman's Ags. He has some attacks. Decent rend and damage, though. Once per turn army, your hero phase, executioner, and enforcer. Pick another friendly fleshy to court's infantry. 1 model in the target unit is automatically slain. Oh, just kill him. Alright, I don't know why, but when I read this, I thought you were killing your enemy, you know? But that's wrong. You're killing your own guy. Then, until the start of your next turn, ignore the first damage point that would be dealt to each for this is who thinks this is good? They cursed ogres, or they cursed Beastclaw with that awful rule. Before then, it was the compendium Chorfs that had it as their main army trait, and it was terrible then. And it's bad on Stonehorns now. And it's bad in that one artifact that I think Gloomspite gets got or whatever, and it's bad here. That ability is bad. And it can only ever kind of be disappointing in a certain way because the way you're only ever interacting with it is kind of a downer each time. I suppose if someone's doing exactly one or something like that, but it sort of naturally causes a situation where it's like, okay, here's my 14 health guy, he takes 20, and then you're like, well, actually, he takes 19. Anyway, I'll just let myself out. It was ogres. Oh, okay. No, you're right. Yeah, that's right. It was also ogres. Hey, Gutbuster's got an excellent artifact, unless the battle tome changes how we play. But the monster traits, I actually didn't even want to pick one of the monster traits. I couldn't decide because they were all so bad. I was thinking about doing none of them, and then somebody from chat told me that they cost points, and I laughed for a while, and I'm not going to take one, I don't think. And the first artifact it was an all-timer. I was beside myself. You can't do comedy like that on purpose. It has to have been a mistake, you know. The writing is too good. Anyway, heads on pikes. If any damage points allocated to an enemy hero by this unit's combat attacks this turn, and the enemy hero has been destroyed, pick an objective or terrain feature within 6. So that has to have happened within 6 of an objective or terrain feature, which, I mean, you do fight around objectives a decent amount, to be fair. And it's the end of turn. So this dude waddled his way over and had a 1v1 duel with another hero within 6 of an objective. So this is the main character, right? And then you spend a rage point, and then you give your opponent fury. And then for the rest of the turn, subtract 5 from the control scores of enemy units while they're contesting that particular objective or terrain feature. Swing and a miss. Royal Decapitator. Swing and a miss. Vargolf Courtier. 8-10-5-6. It's got some claws, and it's got 1 bite. But that 1 bite has a decent profile, I guess. But remember, with 1 attack, just remember that it'll miss. Unless it's your opponent, then it'll always hit, obviously. Max control score of 1. Cool. The Howling Saint. Pick a visible, friendly, fleshy to court priest holy with an 18 to be the target. The next time the target uses a prayer, when picking targets for the prayer, you can measure range. Okay, so he's a prayer node with a +1. I don't know their prayer lore good enough to know if you want to spend, hopefully not too many points on this thing to get a little prayer bonus. I mean, this guy flies, right? Because he has kind of wingy things. No, I guess not. He doesn't. He crawls like in Nightmare Creatures on the PlayStation 1. 10-inch move, though. Dies instantly, maybe. No, I don't think I will. This thing gives you +1 save with 2 guys. That's good. Fleshy Accords L. Oziark Boner Eepers. Just eepin'. Are you up to playing or streaming Deep Rock Galactic one day? Game's good. I've seen it. And it looks like a decent, like, play it with the boys kind of game. I wasn't planning on getting it. But, it looked good. $110 for the VAR. Okay, that's pretty cheap. That's pretty cheap. If I don't know. I'd have to know about your prayer lores, but if one of your prayers is like really good, maybe you take that guy. I don't know. We'll say lowercase l. Ozark Bone Reapers. Relics of the Empire. Hero only. You declared the rally command for visible OBR units wholly within 12 of this unit. Could you rally back your cavalry? That's what you play with, right? When resolving that command, you can spend rally points in the following additional ways. For each rally point, you can heal one. For each rally point spent, heal one another visible friendly non-hero OBR wholly 12. You can spend a number of rally points equal to the health characteristic of the unit to return a slain model to a visible friendly within 12. Okay. We're turning some rally knobs here. I don't see the implication of like being really good. Maybe I'm missing it. Scarabian Cloak. Remove this unit from the battlefield and set it up again more than 9. Oh, once per battle, free teleport. Check, please. I'll take the once per game free teleport. Thank you very much. It is hero only, though, which is unfortunate. Once per battle, end of any turn, soul web. Bleh. This unit can only use his ability if it was destroyed this turn. Hey, all right. Set up a replacement unit identical. Wholly within friendly territory, not in combat, then allocate a number of damage equal to its health characteristics, so put it back at 1 life. Hey, that's cool too. These are neat. These are neat. This one, too many words. I don't know what kind of artifacts you're already taking in this army. Mortesian Refinements, non-hero OBR units. And you can give it to anybody because they're all just crafted anyway, which makes perfect sense. Perpetually empowered weapons. Okay, so it already has empowered Naderite blades cast on it, essentially. It just has crit 2 hits. Add 1 to charge rolls. It's okay. Utterly unquestioning. Each time this unit uses a Relentless Discipline ability, roll a die on a 5-up -1 from the number of Relentless Discipline points that must be spent to use it. They brought back the Aether Quartz, kinda. Alright, so the worst Aether Quartz brooch you've ever seen, or +1 charge, it's kind of good. Or you always have crit 2 hits, so you don't have to babysit them with a fucking hero, maybe. These are interesting and neat, and you can put them on anything, which is cool. Okay. Lowercase w. Vokmortian, he was the guy with the miniature hand that possibly no one played. There's a 2 in purple down here. I don't know what that means, but this is a ward up here. It probably means you get 2 Relentless Discipline when you play him. That's what he's worth. He has the Gaze of Death, which is one of the classic Age of Sigmar combat profiles of all time. 12-inch shooting, a single attack, 3s and 2s, 1 rend, d6 damage. This is one of the most representative stat lines for a ranged weapon that just encapsulates AoS. It's this. Looks kind of exciting. Range is too short. Doesn't work constantly. And you can succeed at 4 separate rolls and then still be disappointed at the end. That's it. That's the whole thing wrapped up into one sentence. Staff of Retribution has a bonk. Oh, we busted out the tiny text for these. Your opponent must pick one of the following. Master of the Bone Tithe. Wait, your opponent must pick one of the following? We're browbeating again, are we? We're trying it? Okay, let's see. Is this Expropriate or is this Browbeat? Your opponent must pick a unit in their army on the battlefield to be the target. They cannot pick a manifestation or terrain feature. Then inflict d6 mortal. Until the start of your next turn, the target cannot be healed, have slain models returned to it, or be returned, or be replaced. Okay, so this is the damage portion of Browbeat. And so this one down here will be the draw cards. Deny the Oziarchs their rightful due. Pick one of the following effects. Your opponent picks one of the following effects, but then this one says pick one. I'm assuming your opponent picks deny, and then you get to pick one of these three, maybe? Because this one says they pick, this one says your opponent picks, this one just says pick. So I think that you get to pick these down here. 4 RDP. Pick an objective you do not control for the rest of the turn, add 5 to the control score. Nah. For the rest of the turn, add 2 to tax characteristic and add 6 to the range of the gaze, or up to 18. The gaze agenda of death. 18-inch range. And 3 shots. Okay. So do you think this one is expropriate, or do you think this one is browbeat? Take a D6 mortals on one of their units, or you basically get to choose cool stuff. And probably it's RDP. It's probably RDP almost always. And you do get 2 with this guy, so that would be 6. Because it's your hero phase, like it just happens every single turn, if your opponent is hellbent on stopping you from getting this, then like eventually this damage is going to add up on their throwaway units in the corner of the battlefield. But when you need it the most, when you want it the most, always remember, your opponent will not choose that one. In the most crucial moment, he will betray you. Code into an action, 7. Visible enemy hero within 18. Start of your next turn, each time the enemy unit within the target's combat range uses a command, unless your opponent spends 1 rage dice, command has no effect. It still counts as having been used. And okay, cool. An enemy unit within the target's combat range. So that particular hero, and then possibly another guy, but probably not. This is like a cool little curse thing, right? I don't know how tight your army list is. This is actually just a bunch of random stuff, and if your army is already good in doing things, I don't know that you need to try to do this for what he costs. Hey, all right. Mortis Reaplers. 265. 33411. Not exactly fighters. Oh, well, maybe they have a shitload of attacks, though. Because maybe the unit is big. These guys. Maybe you get 10 of them? Or 5 of them, probably. Terminate their command. If this unit is in combat, pick a visible enemy hero within 12. If the target is more than 3 from all other enemy units, apply the effect below. Otherwise, roll a die on a 3-up, apply the effect below. Remove this unit and set it up again. So you have to get yourself in combat within 12 of a hero, i.e. like a chaff line. But then you Zui nothing personnel kid right next to that hero. Sometimes. I'm assuming there's 5 guys here. And then you get 15 attacks. 2s and 4s. 2-1. Which could maybe take out a foot hero. That's funny. This is flavorful. Once per turn army, end of any turn, the coldness. If enemy hero was destroyed by this unit's combat attacks, your opponent must reduce their fury level to 0. Yo, good. Funny. If you did the fucking thing, your opponent has to eat shit. That's cool. Again, I don't know how I don't know how reliable this whole deal is, but it might be fun to try. OBR lowercase w. Slavs to darkness. I'm gonna get a drink. BRB. Also, somebody requested a commercial 4 hours and 19 minutes ago, and I will. Sorry, ahem. Pardon me. We'll do that now. BRB.
Pardon me, would you have any
Cream.
But of course.
Grey Poupon. It even has cream.
Hello, everyone. I'm Scott, president of Domino's Pizza. Have you heard of Hatsune Miku?
Get a rope.
How do you get shirts so clean, Mr. Lee?
Ancient Chinese secret.
My husband, some.
Pure athlete, yeah.
Here's his ancient Chinese secret.
Cream.
Folks, I work with lots of people who wear dentures and smoke.
Mommy, how long will Charlie live?
1 second.
I like the Whopper the way it was. Fool.
The new Whopper has more beef than ever.
With luscious taste and a foamy trait.
Dunkin' Hines Yellow rises to great heights of moistness.
This is the day of great taste.
Deluxious.
This is the day of great moistness.
This deluxe yellow rises above the rest.
Moisture.
Haven't you ever tried it?
No, is it soft?
Squeeze it.
Ooh, it is soft.
And help take a bite out of cream, yeah.
It still tastes good like a cigarette should.
Hey, Jimmy Lee. Beautiful morning, huh?
Yeah, morning ain't my time, Bert.
Oh, Daddy, give me a glass of energy for my pal here.
Energy, well, that's just...
Cream. The Macho Man Randy Savage. What Nintendo don't. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jimmy, give me a
Cream.
with nut.
Nothing.
It certainly is a big bun. It's a very big bun.
Where's the cream?
A dream as sweet as this.
Cream.
Dreamy wine.
I soaked in it. Madge, I soaked in it.
This is
The cream.
your brain on
Cream.
any questions?
Time to make the
Cream.
Dunkin' Donuts are always fresh. I made the
Cream, yeah.
Remember, only you can.
Cream. Nobody does it better than her.
Nobody does it better. Hertz leads the others by far. Nobody does it best before you.
All right. Nobody does it better than Hertz. Hell yeah. Oh. Wrong screen. Webcam on. Dude, imagine having a webcam. Jesus. Slaves to Darkness. Who was it that said, wake me up when we get to Slaves to Darkness because I got some stuff for you? Well, I hope they're still around. Infernal Treasures. Once per battle reaction. Opponent declared a spell ability for a wizard within 18. Not uncommon. Aelf Skin Scroll. Pick a visible friendly Slaves Darkness wizard within 18. After that spell ability has been resolved, the friendly wizard can use a spell as if it were your hero phase, and the casting roll for this spell is equal to the casting roll of the enemy spell. That's cool. That's good. That's good writing there. Same casting roll. Good work. Speeds up the process. Nice. Do not count that spell towards the number of spell abilities that the friendly wizard can use this phase. Cool. You get to cast one of your own. This is fun. This is like a well-written rule. Dark Flamme Pendant. Weapons used for attacks that target this unit have a max damage of 1. All right. Brutally strong against ogres. And, you know, has a highly decent chance of being good against a lot of people have multi-damage weapons. So that's cool. Doesn't say melee either, which is kind of neat. Was watching Stannis the Manus edits? Hell yeah. Yeah, we're in the Slaves to Darkness. Rune of Murda. Once per battle, any combat phase. Pick one of the unit's melee weapons to be the target. 3 mortal damage on this unit, then double the attack characteristic. Fun. Add d6 to target's weapon attack characteristic for the rest of the turn. So either take damage, double it, or just add d6. This rule right here is something that we don't get to see a lot anymore. This is an ability that is for Timmy that looks fun. We don't get these a lot anymore. It's probably not any good because I don't know if your heroes are trying to, or your non-named heroes are actually trying to fight. Maybe they are. I'm not sure. But this is like, you got to give Timmy something, right? Oh, double. The word double is tantalizing. Oh shit, you know, that's fun. We do also need more of the fun rules that aren't giant paragraphs walking you through a storytelling sequence, you know. One found Dragonstone and a king who still cared. Samwell has fed generations of agenda pushing. "14 attacks from the Myrmidon." See, it's fun. Just let them have fun sometimes. It's fun. Once per battle, your movement phase. Brand of Unbreakable Bombs. These go on infantry specifically. Some armies say or cav. I noticed that in Slaves, they did not say cav. Only infantry. Because your cav's already good, and I know you like to play that. Remove this from the battlefield. Set up again wholly within 3 of an objective you do control and not in combat. Cannot use charge, okay? This is like, you see what your opponent is trying to do, and so you just teleport your guys there on the last turn of the game and they can't take it anymore and you win. I guess that's something you could do. It's kind of nice in that respect. Brand of Apoplexy. Well, your fear level is maximum, add 1 to damage of this unit's weapons. Like, that's temptingly cool and everything. We'll see if you can blast to 7 fury that easily. The +1 damage on an entire infantry unit is ridiculously good. So you would think they made it pretty hard to get to fear level 7. And even still, it ain't happening turn 1, and it ain't happening turn 2. And turn 2 is the most important turn for it, probably. Ahem. Brand of the Unaligned. Remove all of this unit's pledge to chaos keywords. Then, pick one of the following. Can't pick a keyword you picked for this unit earlier, so you get to cycle through these from one to another. That's cool. So you started out with one that does something neat, flowchart style, turn 1 every time, and then you hot swap it. Could be cool. Brand of Power of Friendship is what you're calling the teleport. I kind of like the teleport one to kind of sort of like the nail in the coffin of the last turn of the game, second to last turn of the game, where your opponent is trying to measure and see if they can actually make it to the objective that no one's on anymore, and then you just place your guy there and now they can't, you know, that kind of thing. And then we got Chaos Lord on, we got Karka Lord, and oh, Chaos Warriors. Interesting. We're trying out new Chaos Warriors, huh? 1093, Haxed Weapons, 53312, 44312. Crit Mortal on this on this weapon and charge +1 damage. Scary. Once per turn, any combat. You can only use this ability if this unit charged. Pick an enemy in combat with it. For the rest of the turn, add 1 damage of companions, or up to 3. Add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made with companion weapons used by friendly slaves, cavalry, and war machine units while they are wholly within 12 of this model. And this is cavalry. So hits on 3s here and does 3 damage here. I think with this paragraph, we got the Chaos Lord on Karkadrak to be out damaging Frost Lord on Stonehorn. I think we finally did it. Nine attacks at 3/3 -1/3. Yeah. And half of those are crit mortal. Actually, over half. Yeah, all right. We got Chaos Lord on Karkadrak. Kind of slapping. Once per turn, army, end of any turn, Wrathful, abandon. If this unit charged, pick this unit and a friendly non-hero warriors or chaos unit that charged this turn is wholly within. Each target can move enough number of inches equal to your fear level. If the target was in combat at the start, it must end it. It cannot move into combat with units it was not already. Okay, so you just you help your big cavalry bases pile in, is what I'm reading here. So what are we fixing about the Karkalord? What did he do? Does the other War Scroll have a buff or a synergy? It's kind of cool that they turned him into a little bit of a slapper, right? If you want to do that. On the charge only, obviously, but still. This is good with Vanguard since their steeds are like not chumps, yeah. He gave +2 charge to infantry warriors. Ew. Okay, yeah, so this is kind of sick. This shit's kind of good. Plus you get +1 to hit with Vanguard hooflers, yeah. Nice. And, you know, people just want to run around with a Slaves of Darkness hero and chop stuff up for once. That's cool. Chaos Warriors, 2/5/3. 2/3/3/1/1 auto wound, boring. Once per turn army, your hero phase. For the glory of the dark gods. Till the start of your next turn, the following cumulative effects apply depending on your furry level. 6 ward. Anti-charge rend 1. Wait, we're just rolling? No, we're not. Cumulative effects. So we can give him a 6-up ward. That's great. Anti-charge rend 1. Okay. And then at the very max, strike first while it has not charged. So it's actually just standing there, and you're plowing in. What are if I recall correctly, the normal Chaos Warriors, their ability on the War Scroll is like some stupid shit. If you're on an objective, you get some minor or whatever. Nurgle Mark gives 5-up board if you have a 6-up board. Okay. Yeah, this stuff here, like I'm not really reading this stuff here. Who knows what'll happen if you'll be able to do something like that. But bro, a 6-up ward's a 6-up ward on a unit that's just supposed to not die. And a 5-up ward on Nurgle stuff. 3-up, 5-up, 2 wounds. It's +1 attack for having a single dude on an objective. Do you have to control the objective, or does that matter? If it's just on it, you get +1 attack? I mean, their attacks aren't, like, stupendously good, but there's probably a lot of them. Vengeful Jam thinks the $5 on YouTube. I'm clicking like. Instead of riled, seething, and enraged, I'm headcanoning it, reading coping, seething, and malding. Yeah, good shit. +2. +2. Good meme. You got a control for the +1 attack? Okay. Yeah, I'll give him a 6 up ward. I think I'll take that. +2 mentioned. So fun. I don't know if people are going to do it or not, but Karkad Lord, fun. Like fun war scroll out of 10. And Chaos Warrior's potential durability upgrade. You like to see it. I like teleporting. That is all. I like teleporting. And Rune of Murder is funny. Like it's fun. What am I going to do? I'm going to take Rune of Murder. So I'm Timmy, right? I'm POV, you are Timmy. You take Rune of Murder on Chaos Lord of Kargadrak, Scourge of Aqshy version, and you choose Hexed Weapons. And so he rolls into combat on the charge, does 3 mortals to himself, and has 10 attacks at, we'll all attack, right? 10 attacks at 2s and 3s, rend 1, damage 3, crit mortal. And then his little mount is on 4 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1, 2. Kind of nice. You have a trait that lets you fight twice? Dude, they're trying to let you have fun. They're doing it. They're really doing it. What planet was this written on versus what planet was the Ogre one written on? Well, planet we're getting a battle tome, so it doesn't matter. Slaves of Darkness. W fun. Competitively, I don't know, but like W fun. Timmy is happy. Timmy needs something every once in a while, you know? Disciples of T Zench. Artifacts of Power. It's about fun, and that's what makes it powerful. You declare a non-summon spell ability for this unit. Tome of Scorched Insight. Change the casting roll for that spell to value of 12. It can't be unbound, it can't be modified, and the unit cannot use that spell again for the rest of the battle. Okay, so you like forget the spell. That's cool. So as part of a combo, you do this so that it absolutely positively cannot fail. That's interesting. I can't recall from their book if there is such a thing, but this gives the potential for that. 5 verses of Valerian. This unit has a move characteristic of 14 and fly. If you have any little random foot heroes that need to be close to stuff, that's cool. Move 14, fly. Give the Rune of Murda to a Demon Prince for 12 attacks, 3/3, -1, 3 damage, crit mortal. Yeah. I like it on the Karkaman. I mean, okay, I like it on a lot of stuff. Mostly those two. You declared a spell ability for that, wholly within 12 of this unit. Spend 1 rage die, your opponent gets candy, then you roll die if the roll is the same as any of the dice of the casting roll. The spell is miscast. Otherwise, add the roll to the casting roll. I don't think you need to do this. And I don't want to give my opponent that much crap to maybe fuck myself. But nah. No thanks. Did the ogre guy write this one? Visions of Fate. Visions of Defiant Supremacy. If you won the priority roll this battle round and chose for your opponent to take the first turn, or if your opponent seized the initiative, This unit has strike first. Eat shit. Okay, so we got priority protection. That's very good. Protection from the priority roll. Sorta. Once per battle, start of your turn, Vision of Destined Conquest. If this unit is contesting an objective that you control and that is wholly outside friendly, if you are the underdog, gain 1 fate point for each command point you have. If you are not the underdog, roll a die for each command point you have. For each 3-up, gain a fate point. These are very, like, gamified, like outside the game kind of stuff. Interesting that they're exploring that space. Vision of Arcane Sacrifice. While units friendly or enemy are within 6, add 1 to unbinding rolls for those units. But not this one. But this is just a non-hero, non-beast, right? Spells cast by those units are miscast on an unmodified casting roll of 4 or less. The first time this unit is destroyed, gain D6 fate points. You know, after I'm done reading all these, they're just like fucking weird and random. I think that's fine. Your shit's really good already. So here's some weird shit. And look, not everything's a home run. But like kind of neat, risky, future sight sort of stuff, protection in case stuff, caring about underdog. Just kind of interesting. Don't know if good. We got new Screamers, 3, 14, 5, 6. Lamprey Bites. 3 attacks a model, so 9. 4, 4, 1, 2, if you charged. Imperiling Slashes. If this unit charged, pick an enemy unit in combat with it to be the target. -1 save rolls to the target. Oh, +1 rend. Don't mind if I do. Hey, are these things good if they get 9 attacks? We'll say 3s and 4s, rend 2, damage 2. Are they good now? 14 flying is pretty fast. That's worth thinking about, maybe. Ogoroid Thaumaturge. He's got a bonk with no rend, and he's got a bunch of hooves and horns damage. Soul Deep Devotion. While this unit is within a friendly non-hero arcane knight unit's combat range, 4-up ward. Oh shit. Each time you make a successful ward roll for this unit, allocate 1 damage point. Oh, okay. You put it on somebody else. I should have kept reading. It's one of the transfer bodyguards. And then, once per turn, any charge phase, Wrath of the Thaumaturge. If this unit is not in combat, pick a friendly Arcanite unit to be in combat. To be the target. Remove this unit from the battlefield and set up again within 1 of the target and in combat. This unit is charged. Well, that's one way to fix. You have to be right next to your squad to use the command, right? This guy seems like he's built for a game of Spearhead more than a game of Age of Sigmar. Screamers, like maybe, I don't know, we'll see about the points. All this stuff is like weird and kind of good and sort of flavorful. This one's bad. But hey, alright, it's possible that it's all worse than what's in your book anyway, because I remember their book was really good. Yeah, giving any old hero 14 flying is actually quite nice. Is this a lowercase W? A hyphen maybe? Yeah, I'll give it a lowercase dub. Reminds me of older, funner editions. Yep, that's what I said when I read through the book. Heat Knights of Slaanesh, here it is. I don't know if Vince is still around, but cover his ears. Heroic traits, the dank prince's beloved. Agonizingly elusive. Which is what I would call a good battle tome for Slaanesh. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. Any movement phase. So you have to be in combat in the movement phase already. I think it's already bad. Vince is always around. Even for EverQuest? I don't know about that one. Good shit, though. If it's your turn, apply the effect below. If it's your opponent's turn, roll a die on a 3-up, apply the effect below. Okay. This is interesting because we get an insight into what they think is good enough that it needs to fail, right? Inflict D3 mortal damage on the target. Then this unit gets to retreat for free. Okay. So the way that this is good is if it is your turn and you get to retreat for free and hurt them, and then in the charge phase, charge back in. On your hero. Hero phase, Incensed. This one costs a command. So this thing's going to be crazy because it costs a heroic trait, which is a limit 1 resource. And it might even cost points. In fact, it probably does cost points. And it's a command point to activate it. So you're spending every resource you could possibly have on this thing. Pick an objective within 6. Until the start of your next turn, friendly guys are not... It's just obscuring. But they do have to be contesting that objective. Okay. Arcane Magnetism. If this unit has 3 or more damage points, it can use a spell as if it were your hero phase, as if that ability had the unlimited keyword, and as if that unit had Wizard 1. And it's combat, so at the beginning of combat, you like insta-cast some spell, as long as it has damage on it. And I think, I can't recall, you might still have things that damage yourself, so you could turn this on possibly. Interesting to note that you don't have to actually be in combat to use this. It just happens in the combat phase, that's all. If you have a really easy way of putting damage on yourself like you used to, and I can't remember if you do still, that's very interesting. However, hopefully you have better traits than these in the book, which is what I say always. All-consuming obsessions, and they go on infantry or cav for this one. Obsession with control. More of a Lumineth thing, but yeah. Pick an objective to be the target. For the rest of the battle while this unit is contesting. 5 ward, 5 control. So this particular unit does have to control that, but then you get a 5 ward. That's cool. Calling your shot. This guy is standing here. I will stand right here. Right here. Forever. This unit will never move. It's like Babe Ruth steps up to the plate, you know? But then he turns the opposite way, facing the crowd behind home base, and then points with his bat. I will foul the ball here. Reaction. You declared the run ability for this unit. Subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks. Target this unit for the rest of the turn, as long as you ran. Surely you have run and charge very easily or automatically in this army, so -1 to get hit for any random infantry or cav. That's great. great-ish. It's great-ish. Because I just read that it's for the rest of the turn. So, in real time, I'm thinking it's a lot worse than I thought initially. I don't know why I thought it would last until the end of until like the beginning of your next turn or something. You have almost no access to run and charge. Okay. You'll have to forgive me. I have all these thoughts in my head about old, first and second edition and, just old AOS stuff that is totally irrelevant now. And so I thought that Slaanesh would be like the run and charge army. But there's one faction that can run in charge if it stays within 9 inches of the battlefield edge the whole time. Marvelous. You can't make it up. Obsession with Pain. Any combat phase. If this unit is damaged, spend 1 rage die. If your opponent's fury level is low, okay, they get a thing. Then add 1 to the rend characteristic of this unit's non-companion melee. I wouldn't want that for the rest of the turn. So any combat phase, as long as you are damaged. So there really must be a self-damage theme in Slaanesh for them to see this so many times. You spend a rage, you give your opponent a valuable resource, and then you get +1 rend. +1 rend's good. I think GW is slowly breaking this, man. There's a reason I took a break. It's because I didn't want my streams to just be fucking bitching about shit the entire time. And so I'm like, I'm going to hibernate and play some fucking EverQuest and Path of Exile and stuff, right? It's fine. And I came back because Ogre Pictures and new sculpts. And I'm just reading a lot. I'm reading a lot of things where I'm like, yeah, that's why I was hibernating, huh? And so the new units are Blizzbarb Seekers and Infernal and Rapturous. The Blizzbarbs are super fast, 14. Made of tissue paper. They got the Seeker Bow, which is very short range. Don't know if I like that, because they're so killable, right? Gotta grind that EQ till the book comes out. True. And then they don't participate in melee in a meaningful way. Once per turn army, any shooting phase. Pick an enemy unit that has had any damage points allocated to it this turn by this unit's shooting attacks, which is, I mean, I'm assuming this is a unit of 5, probably. 15 shots, 3s and 4s, 1/1. Like, you'll deal odd damage, right? The target cannot use reactions or be picked to be the target of reactions used by your opponent. Okay, super silver bullet. Nope. Infernal and Rapturez. 5/6/5. Piercing Claw. It's this one. Remember this guy? Delightful Defeatism. Now that's just a low blow. Why would they write that? What did they mean by this? Each time a visible enemy unit within 18 uses the rally command, your opponent must make 3 fewer rally rolls of d6. Is rally super common? Maybe it is. Once per turn army reaction, opponent declared the Eruption of Fury ability for a unit within 12 of this and visible. If it was the whole battlefield, I still might not take it. As far as this top part that I've read so far, if the range was infinity, wholly within 126 inches, I already don't know if I would take it. You and your opponents must roll off. If you roll higher, pick another unit within the combat range of the enemy unit using it. If that unit is now the target of eruption, your opponent must spend as many rage dice as possible to a max of 3. Wouldn't want you to overspend. But yeah, it's got to be within 12 of this random ass person. Maybe that'll happen, but no. I don't think I will. Slanesh L. And next we have Skaven. I think we're almost, we're kind of getting through. There's a lot more. And I can't finish tomorrow because I work. Skaven. Reaction, you declared a spell or unbind ability for a visible Skaven unit wholly within 13. Master Clan Connections. Add D3 to the casting roll or unbinding roll. This is good. Hey, all right. Bonus caster. The funniest part is the base scroll for Harp Lady in Slanesh is just better. Okay. Hey, that's a good thing. I thought it was worse because I looked at that and I'm like, nah. But they chose it, and they said they chose it based on units that nobody plays, so I thought maybe it would be worse, and that would have sucked because then both suck, but now maybe still nobody chooses it, but it's just technically better. That could be the case too. For Skaven, the bell is same as last season. It was so good, it just jumped seasons. Yeah, that's what the Skaven people on stream were telling me when I pulled them in the other day. They're like, it's not this extreme, but our whole army was carried by the bell last season. And so if that bell is gone, we're in trouble. And that's essentially what they told me. Essence of the Gnar. Pick another visible Skaven unit wholly within 13, and in combat. For the rest of the turn, the unit has strike first, and the target has strike last. Both. Okay. You do have to position that hero perfectly, but that's a strong effect. Master of the Shawarma. Each time an ability returns one or more slain models to a friendly Skaven unit, which does happen automatically for a few of them, if I recall, Clan Rats specifically. Wholly within 13... After that ability is resolved, you can return one additional slain model to it. Meh. Unless you're like regenning rat ogres or something like that somehow. Anyway, casting spells is good. A really, really specific positional thing is also good. And it's also kind of terrifying. Because you just plop some little asshole next to the big unit, and your opponent sort of can't charge it. Because what is this? Any combat phase, yeah. Molder mutations. Transplanted brains. Oh, brainer? Pick one of the following brains. I love how it says that. See, you get everything here. It's totally all over the place. You get the worst rule that I've ever seen in my life. You get the most annoying do-nothing rule ever. You get a worse version of something that used to be bad. You get like a really fun Timmy ability that synergizes with a really fun Timmy artifact that's just like fun and good. And you get the longest, most poorly written, confusing rule ever. And then you get this. You get pick one of the following brains. This is an amazing rules sentence. This is great. These are the kind of rules sentences that you sometimes get to type and you just like smile to yourself. We got the whole spectrum. Pick one of the following brains. Love it. Anyway, the effects apply for the rest of the turn. 1 the hit rolls for the unit's combat attacks. Check, please. Non-hero, non-war machine Skaven unit. +1 to hit rolls. Sure, save me a command point. Or add 10 to the unit's control score. Nah. Anyway, nice brain. Anabolic accelerators. If this unit was set up this turn, when making charge rolls for it, add 1 to the number of dice rolled. Oh, so we're... Okay. Any warp grinder enjoyers? Or melee storm fiends? Hey, 3-6 dropped the lowest after a deep strike. It's almost like they're intending on you doing something about this. Also, yeah, good point, Joe Tave. It's like, you have one of the greatest rule sentences ever, pick one of the following brains, right? And then right after it, you have the Games Workshop special of good choice that's good and bad choice that's bad. So it's perfect. This whole thing. Serrated bone protrusions. For each unmodified hit roll of 1 for a combat attack made by an enemy unit that targets this unit, inflict 1... Hey, we got the pincushion ability back. Yeah, the suicide slam. Just have them blast themselves. Hilarious. Skaven's looking like a W so far. We got the Grey Seer. 1564. He is on the Screaming Bell. Vince tells me it is the same as the old one, which means it will continue to carry the army on your back. And that's great, because everybody liked it. So hell yeah. And then we also get a Verminlord Corruptor. Which has a breath shoot, and their breath shoots in combat. It's got the Plague Weepers. And the Verminlord Corruptor, this guy is special because I haven't seen him on the table since the Sword of Japan was in the game. Because he had a bunch of attacks and you could reroll hits. So it'd be nice if he got played. Every once in a while. Pick one of the following effects to apply for the rest of the battle. Add 1 of the damage characteristic of this unit's Plague Breath. Sure. Or Pestilential Seepage. Can you call that something else? When this unit is damaged, you can reroll chanting rolls for friendly Pestilence priests while they are wholly within 13 of this unit. Cool. Are your prayers good, though? While they're within 6 of this unit, enemy units are not visible to other enemy units more than 3 for them. That could fuck up some command point usages. Depending. He ate some of those 90s fat-free Olestra potato chips. Once per turn army, your hero phase, Seething Mauled. Spend 1 rage dice, and then your opponent gets powerful. Then you pick a visible unit, friend or enemy, wholly within 13. For the rest of the battle, add 1 attack card. Oh, it's good. It's good. Okay, so we spend a rage die, and for the rest of the battle, our killer unit has +1 attacks forever and can fuck off and do whatever it wants. Depending on what this guy costs, maybe that's worth it. We'll see. If an ability would heal or return any slain models to the target unit, it does not. Okay, because it needs a downside. If the target is replaced and the replacement unit has 1 model, allocate damage to it equal to half X, where X is the health characteristic minus the number of damage points allocated to it. If the target is replaced and the replacement has more than 1 model, half the models in that replacement unit are automatically slain. These are a lot of words. There are a lot of words for whatever. But hey, all right. Yeah, +1 attacks is good. a lot of other stuff on there. In SOG, the Bell could pick every unit within 13 to heal D3, but now it's only up to 3 units, otherwise identical. Okay, so they saw that everybody was playing it and they toned it down, and they're like, okay, but what about 3? Is it still cool? This is sort of like a beta test for stuff anyway, right? So 3 probably feels fair. Still. Skaven W. Hellsmiths of Hashish. What do you got for me? Dark Gifts. Once per battle, your hero phase, Gem of Utorak. If this unit is not a wizard, it has Wizard 2, but only until the start of your next turn, and once per battle. If this unit is a wizard until the start of your next turn, add 1 to its power level and D3 to casting rolls. Hey, D3 to cast... It took me a while to read up to add D3 to casting rolls, but we got there. It's good. Cask of Belittlement. Pick an enemy unit in combat with it. That won't happen. Roll number of dice equal to your fear level. If this unit charged, add 1 to each roll. For each 3 up, inflict 1. I don't think any of your heroes fight, do they? Any of your heroes fight and aren't unique? I suppose you can push back like 2 damage maybe when you get charged once. Horn of the Bullfather. Visible friendly Hellsmiths shoot to be the target. Then you can pick a visible friendly Hobgrot to be the second target. Do you guys have to play with these awful things? Are you cursed with them? Remove each target from the battlefield. Set them up within 7 of the battlefield edge. Oh, so it's a big old redeploy thing. Cool. Normally no, but they want you to fight with the guy on the next page. Ah, I see. Well, let's just scroll down a little bit. You're cursed with Hobgrots, the best unit in the army. That's so terribly sad to me. Now, maybe, I don't know, maybe Chorf players really like Hobgrots, but so I didn't like them in Cruel Boys, but that's fine. They're just not for me. I don't want a Hobgrots to be like this game's gore, you know, like Exagore. Stop spreading. You probably want to play dwarves because you chose the dwarf army, not the discount Cruel Boy chaff army. But hey, all right. I guess they're slaves, so it's like a lore thing, but I don't know. I'm typically... Anyway, this seems decent too, because most of the fix your deployment after deployment abilities are good. And the gem is good if you're casting spells that are good. And this thing I don't think is any good, even if you're fighting with somebody. But maybe it has really specific rules. Horn of the Bullfather is your choice. Actually presents a reasonable alternative to Scroll of Petrification, which that one is like the you're immune for 1 turn thing. You will not allow a Hobgrot to touch you. These are pointed. Infernal Motivators is 20 points. The others are 10. Okay, good to know. You bought into Hellsmiths for the Chorfs and the Bull mechs, not those little freaks. What if instead of Hobgrots, it was the spinny fire guys that they used to have? What about that? Would have been cool. The spinny fire. Yeah, they had like Dust Devil flame elementals in the in the Forge World chore farmy for a million years ago. I can't remember what they're called though. Oh, called it. Yeah, Kadai Fireborn. That was it. Kadai Fireborn. Forge World. Oh, that's why you wouldn't know, because it doesn't matter at all. Yeah. You're using Horns of Hashut instead of the Hobgrot models because you'd rather have slaved humans than those? Okay, fair enough. True. Infernal Motivators. Add 2 to the move characteristic. Well, I figured out why this one costs points. 10 points per inch to its movement. Yep, it's good. And they made this one cost 20 right away, so they know what's good sometimes. Earth Rack Stabilizers. Add 1 of the Ren characteristic of its melee weapons if it is not charged. Bull Pater's Scorn. Spend 1 rage dice. If you do, your opponent gets candy, and then it just works. Otherwise, roll a die. So you don't have to. You can just roll and have the thing not work. It's for your war machine specifically. This unit's ranged weapons have crit 2 hits. If each of its ranged weapons already have crit 2 hits, the shooting attack score a crit on a 5 instead of a 6. Okay. I mean, that's alright. It's alright. 2 move is good. If your shooting is already alright, then that's alright. Probably don't want that one. The Damon Smith. Oh, good. We're getting... Okay. I always thought that this guy should be a little better. I know what they were going for with all of the very flat, angular Nintendo 64 polygon look of this, because it is a statue that's walking around, so it would look like that. But not necessarily. And I wish it didn't. But that's just me. 15-10-3. Finally, a proper wheel, albeit a bit slow. No ward, though. Hurled Demon Fire, 18, 3 attacks. Crit 2 hits, shoot in combat. Oh, you remembered to shoot in combat for that guy. And this is a war machine, so I guess they intend for you to take scorn on that. So if it already has crit 2 hits, it crits on 5 with these shots. I mean, 3 attacks, if you have 3 attacks, I kind of don't care what you do on a crit for the most part. Infernal Staff and Horns and Hooves. 4 damage though on the charge. It has the actual Stonehorn profile straight up. 6 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2 rend, 4 damage on the charge. That's the Stonehorn profile. Unchanged combat profiles as usual. But what if the problem is the combat profile? Then you give it an ability to add a bunch of bonuses to it like they did with the Zombie Man or with the Zombie Dragon. The demonic power is unchanged. This thing, resilience. So this thing is unchanged. It's this part that I care about down here. This is something. This up here, this is nothing, and this is something. Once per turn army, your hero phase Leech Realm Magic. Add 1 to casting rolls and unbinding rolls for this unit until the start of your next turn. That's good. You can pick an objective or terrain feature that is a friendly desolation token and that this unit is contesting. If you do, add 1 to its power level for the rest of the battle. Oh, so you complete a quest. Then remove it, and this unit can't be affected by this ability multiple times. And the effects are cumulative, so he's going to frolic from one objective to another, leveling up his number of spells he can cast. I'm once again asking if your spells are good, and someone said no. So that makes me sad. Because isn't your whole shtick that you're dwarven spellcasters? Spells are good? Okay. I thought somebody said they were bad. Oh, they're just all silver bullets. And that's still fine. It gives the illusion of your spells being better, except for the times where none of them apply. And then I guess they feel bad. Calamitous Shockwave wants to return army any combat phase rampage. Pick up to 3 enemy units in combat with this. Roll a die for each target. If the roll is lower than your Fury level for the rest of the turn. Oh, so you do have to care about Fury in this army. Target cannot use the Eruption of Fury ability. They probably weren't going to. When resolving the damage sequence for the target, your opponent cannot spend rage dice as fight through pain. Oh, that's nice. Add one of the range characteristic weapons used for attacks that target that enemy unit. Ooh, inside out pylonum buff. That's good. Yeah, so instead of demonic power points doing something, like they just kind of buff him instead, right? And he frolics back and forth visiting different objectives and learning new spells. That's cool. And there's a hard cap on how useful this is because all your spells are silver bullets and you only get so many opportunities to cast them at once. And then what was the good thing he could have? He could have crit 2 hits with his shooting attacks, but he only has 3 shooting attacks. I kind of don't care. I'm giving him move. Give me move 12 on this shit. And then Horn of the Bull Pater. You can do the swap thing, because you have to use those. Like, you could give him impact hits, but this is probably a small amount of them. And then we get Anointed Sentinels. And apparently you guys lost access to some really excellent unit you used to have when you're floundering. But now you get Anointed Sentinels instead. Four, 10, 4. Thrice Cursed Glaive. 3, 3, 3, 1, 2. Anti-cav and charge. Okay. So we are charging or we are getting charged. Zealous Acolytes. Add one of the attack characteristics using melee weapons while it is contesting an objective you do not control. Add 10 to its control score while it is contesting an objective you do control. Okay, so it's just like, hey, you want to play the objective game, huh? Apply the effect below that corresponds with the number of demonic power points this unit has. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay. So this guy is kind of like the other one then, in that instead of spending your points to make your other units good, they're just like, here's a 5-up ward once you have 3. Here's a 5-up ward once you have 3. Seems good. It's mainly an AOR that misses the old despot since he was a demonic power spreading machine. Okay. Sagi War Despot carried the army. He will be missed. The demonic power ability changed from +1 charge rolls per point to the boring defensive one, half the units in the army. So his job is different then. The army renowned being unironically the competitive way to run the army. Interesting. So is this an L or a W, or is it both? This is kind of neat. This is kind of neat. The petrification is, of course, always great. +2 move on your massive, selfish guy. He's actually... So here's the thing about this guy. From my point of view, is 15 health, 12 move after a mount trait, 3 up save, 5 up ward. The exact Stonehorn attack profile up here. This is a Frostlord on Stonehorn. Parenthetical old version that's better than the current version, except he flies and he's a wizard and he has a shooting attack. And I don't know if you actually play him. Hey, all right. Hellsmith's a Hashish, gigantic L, lowercase w at the same time. All right, Nurgle. High praise for the Nurgle Battle Tome. Everybody was telling me how the Nurgle Battle Tome is so good and the army is fun and all this other stuff. So, what do they even need at this point? Let's find out. They need some snuggies. Snuggie sickness? Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target for the rest of the turn. Each time the target uses a retreat, if it is in combat, roll a 2d6 and add the target's control characteristic. On an 8+, the retreat doesn't work. Target cannot be removed from the battlefield for any reason. Okay. So the Snuggie sickness is kind of like the old you can't retreat, but you have to roll a bunch of dice and do a bunch of bullshit instead. Like, can't retreat is very powerful when you're about to win the game because of it, but a lot of people just don't really ever retreat. Retreating is relatively rare, even if they didn't punish it so hard in this edition. Rolling, I don't know. Rolling 2d6 as a reaction, remembering to do that, because you did that in the hero phase, right? And then way later in the movement phase, you have to remember to do that. It's a delayed trigger. You're rolling 2d6, you're reacting to it. You're doing math to figure out a control score. And then only on an 8 up, the retreat has no effect. Can we just say, would it be so bad to be like, you can't retreat? Just to keep, you know, to keep the game kind of snappy. But hey, all right. Non-hero Magakin can get this. Chuckling Moraine. Your opponent must spend 1 additional rage dice for a unit to use the eruption. Yeah, but we're not going to. When resolving it. Oh yeah, but we're screwing over Fight Through Pain as well. Okay, so what they do in the armies that they think that are already good is they give them anti-league mechanics. So that makes sense. Just like that other one that we read through. The Weeping Fucks. Each time a model in this unit is slain by a combat attack, roll number of dice equal to the unit's health characteristic for each 6 mortal. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, it's a good thing you can't use this one and this one at the same time. Dude, truly the Weeping Fucks. So just melt them. Slowly melt them forever. And we get a new prayer lore. Febrile Advance on a 3, easy. It was 6+, you can pick 2. Until the start of your next turn, add 3 to the distance each target can move when making pile-in moves. I kind of don't care, but maybe I do care because you're slow and you need ways to speed up somehow. That being said, oh no wait, that was your spell lore that had the amazing unlimited spell, right? That wasn't a prayer lore. Blunting Blight. Pick a friendly priest, visible enemy 18, decent range. If it's a 10, you can pick another. Until the start of your next turn, the target's attacks cannot score crits. Silver Bullet. Well, not even really. Almost everything has something now. Agonizing Vomiting. Enemy unit 18, decent range. Roll 7 dice. If it's diseased, add 1. If the chanting roll was 7, add 1. For each 5, inflict 1. So this is like getting more and more likely as you stack shit on top of it. I don't know what your other prayer lore is like. Maybe it's better. These seem to target enemies, right? So maybe your normal prayer lore targets just you. And then we got Sloven Knights. These dudes. Don't like the look of them. And then Pewtered Blight Kings, which did need something. Because it was like almost the only part of the book people were like, yeah, Pewtered Blight Kings got changed a whole lot and we don't like them anymore. 483. 2, 4, 3, 2, 3. Decent. Low number of attacks, but heavy hitters. And Fetid Nag's Hooves. I gotta pronounce that one really carefully. 5s and 3s, 01. Okay. Insolent Bludgeoning. Pick a enemy unit in combat with it to be the target. For the rest of the turn, while the target is in combat with both this unit and another friendly Nurgle unit, add 1 of the damage characteristic of this unit's melee weapons. Alright. But you don't have, like, a lot of attacks. Still, 4 is hilarious. And your Cavalry Champion Ward 6. So, tiny attacks, inaccurate, but you're swinging for the moon and good save. And you do have 8-inch move. Are the normal Sloven Knights bad? Do these replace them? Pewtered Blight Kings. 3, 4, 5. Why does this guy have a 5-up save? Oh, I guess because he's not wearing armor in this particular... No breastplate, I guess. It's weird that he has a 5-up save. Pox, Blighted Weapons. Anti-Priest, Anti-Wizard. Dumb. Why? Anti-Priest, Anti-Wizard for a 4-inch move unit. Ambitious. You'll get there, little bro. You'll walk all the way over to them. Or they'll come to you. Putrescent Piety. This unit has Priest 1. Oh, so you're just... Well, what if we make him a priest? Then are they good? If they just become a priest, then are they good then? Maybe. Disgustingly Devoted. Good name. Once per turn army, your hero phase. Spend 1 rage die. If your opponent... Yeah, and then they get stuff, and then you get the 3 ritual points. Okay. Yeah, once per battle army, no fun allowed. You can't take 2 units. You can't just take 2 of them and get 2 priests. That's not allowed. Okay. No fun allowed. I know you thought about customizing your army, but no, don't do that. So you're like good against, well, I don't even know. You're ostensibly good against like whatever Daughters of Cain unit is both a priest and a wizard. I guess you have Ren 3 against them. Man, if you really need another priest in your army, maybe, but probably not. The Weeping Fox is terrifying to me. Damage 1? Yep. Damage 1. And you can't take more than 1, right? Like, if you take 2, then only 1 is a priest, and that's the only reason I can see to take this thing. And it's not like you can use the soggy version for the priest and then use a normal one if you wanted to, which you don't. But, yeah, weird. Oh, hey, alright, your book was so good they couldn't think of anything to give you. Maybe Blight King priests are good, I'm not sure. Weeping Fox is scary. The Snuggler is annoying. You probably just play the stuff in your good book. Maggotkin L. but it's a lowercase L, I guess. Blades of Corn, Brazen Mutations, non-hero Blitzcorn infantry or cavalry. They feel safe to say cavalry here because I don't think your cavalry is any good. Brass Flash, unmodified save rolls of 5 up for this unit cannot fail. Okay, we're putting some invulnerable rolls all over the place. The problem with your cavalry was not that their saves weren't good enough, though. It's that they didn't do any damage. Blade Limbs, okay. Each time this unit is picked to use Eruption, for each unmodified hit roll of 6, you inflict just straight 3 instead of D3. Nope. So, well, actually, maybe, because... So specifically your cavalry, from what I recall, they're so defensive that you really will move to the end of turn and have both you and your opponent still alive. But I don't know that you really want to lean on Eruption. Scorpion Tails. Pick an enemy unit to be the combat. D3 damage. If the target unit's starting size is 1, subtract 1 from wound rolls for its combat. Cool. Now, I've been talking about this as if I was talking about cavalry. Now I will talk about it for infantry. 5-up invuln is great for your blob of infantry. The tiniest little metal cruncher ever with no stipulation. I mean, just D3 mortals at the start of a fight. Let's kick it off, you know? They're like not crazy, but yeah, one of these two for your infantry guy for free, basically, except probably it costs points, unfortunately, so hey, alright. Proclamations of Murda, Prayer Lore, Stroke the Flames, pick a visible friendly Blades of Corn unit wholly within 12 to be the target. On a 3, pretty easy. When resolving the damage sequence for enemy units in combat with the target, your opponent cannot spend rage dice as part of... Okay. Fight through the pain. Oh, it's the good version. If the target is destroyed, you get a rage, and if the chanting roll was 6, you get 2 rage instead. Okay. This is... If we're going to interact with... If we are going to interact with the season, I mean, it's kind of neat. You got a rage farm. So you're farming rage dice and blood pool. And your opponent can't use fight through pain, which is cool. It's like, I don't know, +2 damage or something. Gift of Apoplexy. Pick a visible enemy within 18, good range-ish. Until the start of your next turn, each time the target moves. Oh, sorry. Use an ability that does not move or fight. After it is resolved, D3 mortals. If it did that, inflict 3 instead. So, charge. Shoot is not fight, so that counts. Cast a spell, whatever. Neat curse. And then Fetters of Blood. Another 18er. If the chanting roll was 8, you can pick another. Until the target cannot use retreat or run abilities. Ooh. We have a winner. The targets cannot be removed from the battlefield by an ability that would allow them to be set up anywhere else. This is good. This shit here. 18 inches. 18 inches, no run, no teleporties. It's kind of good. Gift of Apoplexy is kind of cool. And Stroke the Flames is also kind of cool. I can't remember if your prayers are good, though. If your prayers are, like, actually good, then this isn't worth taking, but maybe they're not. Maybe that's what they're fixing with this. And then we get Blood Letters and Blood Warriors. And it might be a little bit of a bad sign when both of what you're supposed to use for the majority of your army are in here. But what do we got? 2, 5, 5, 6, 2 attacks, crit mortal. This combat profile was cool when you could give them crits on like a 2. with 5 attacks a model and stuff like that, but those days are long gone. Or run across the table and burn objectives off of the battle plan. Once per turn army reaction, you or your opponent declared the Fury ability within 12 of this, and they get a guy back. And then sometimes you get 3 guys back. I don't think I care. I don't think I care, actually. And then Blood Warriors, 253. 34311, Blood Hungry, crit auto wound. Only the worthy. Only the faithful. We finally got the other half of Only the Faithful. We got Only the Worthy. The following cumulative effects apply depending on the number of models in this unit that are slain. +1 to charge rolls, +1 to hit rolls, +1 to wound rolls. 16. Double the attacks characteristic of this unit's melee weapons, and this unit's combat attacks score critical hits on unmodified hit rolls of 5. So this is just like... I kind of like stuff like this, actually, because as long as the original unit is good and it gets more than just this, because it's sort of like trying to maintain the same level of damage even after casualties. I think that's neat. I kind of appreciate that in a vacuum. Also, might as well call this passive Only the Wordy. Got him. I don't know, man. At the end of the day, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I see damage 1, I sleep. If I'm making a corn army with in a certain frame of mind. There's too many question marks with this one for me to properly give my impression of it without any context at all. I don't know if their normal prayer lore is good. Hopefully it is, because this one's like... Fetters is good, but the other stuff is kind of memey. And I don't think I want to take either of these. And invulnerable saves are cool. Like just we're not doing... I was almost going to say it's not like a L or a W, really. It's more of like a squiggly line. But then I remembered it's corn, so corn L. And also, it's midnight, and I have to work tomorrow all day. And I have to get up early to do it. And there's the entirety of the Order armies left. So we just have to delay this. Delay of game. I shouldn't have talked for 2 hours at the beginning. My mistake. If I get done early, we'll do a stream tomorrow, and we'll do the rest of these. If not Sunday, if not Monday. Anyway, thanks for being here. Hey, what's it like when I talk about Age of Sigmar for the first time in a year? Is this cool? Is this neat? I made a video. Anyway, damn, I really need to work on the videos that I'm working on, but I have real work to do instead. Sigh. It's just as painful from where you left off, yeah? Just skip it and let's go play EverQuest? Yeah, I would like to, but I'm contractually obliged to do the work that I legally agreed to do. Anyway, what it means is the next stream, which is probably this weekend sometime, all we gotta do is every order Scourge, and then we get to play EverQuest. As a nice treat. That Ogre book better be a banger. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's excellent. I expect nothing less than the quality of Daughters of Cain, Lumineth, Nurgle, Sylvaneth, and Tzeentch. And this thing right here, this stuff, this thing, they just put this in to throw us off, okay? It's a jape. my lord. Just joshing ya. Can't wait for that Italian lunch break. All the rejected rules from the book, clearly. I hope it wasn't close. Hey, always remember, get those hopes up as high as humanly possible. There's no downside. All right. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. Appreciate it. See you guys later this weekend for July Forks. And thanks for the stream. Yeah. Almost got through them. Next one will finish it off. TYVM. Have a nice day. Eat shit for life.